Chapter 21-25. In this Yuhua town now, Ling Xiao can probably easily rank in the top 5. Sigh, I thought that he was just a coward who only knows how to eat, drink, and play all day. I didn't expect that he's actually such a genius. If I knew earlier, I would have given all the wine his father drank here for free. Ling Tai drank a lot. He would lose a large sum of money if it was free. But if Ling Xiao grew up, the benefits to him would absolutely be more than just a little bit of money. He really regretted it. Obtaining the rabbit with the Moon Lady's aura, Ling Xiao no longer looked at Chen Xingji and Qindu. He turned around and was about to leave. After all, his goal this time was Yuhua mountain range. The purpose was to kill a few more demonic beasts. On one hand, it was to replenish demonic beast crystal cores. On the other hand, it was also to hone his combat skills, especially the improvement of his law characteristic seal. Halt! Hurting our Chen family's people, and you want to leave just like that? Just as Ling Xiao turned around, before he could take a step out, a cold voice suddenly sounded out. Ling Xiao remembered that this voice came from Ling Huayu's lover, Chen Kun. Chen Kun's cultivation was at the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. Previously, before Ling Xiao broke through to the Grotto Heaven Realm, this guy already wanted to kill him. Just nice, this debt could be settled today. He did not fear 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists at all. With his current cultivation, defeating 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists was nothing difficult, let alone a mere Chen Kun. Since someone came to throw away their lives, why should he leave? Bring the two of them back to recuperate. Chen Kun looked at Chen Xingji and Qindu, who were lying on the ground, unable to move, and was furious in his heart. Those two people on the ground were his younger sister and younger brother. To actually be humiliated and hurt like this, how could he take it lying down? Boom! Suddenly, a horrifying aura was released. Ling Xiao could not help getting a huge shock. The cultivation that Chen Kun released was actually not 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, but 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. This guy had actually been hiding his strength all along. The Chen family's people were indeed sinister and powerful enough. In the entire Ling family's younger generation, apart from that Ling Jian, probably no one could contend with this Chen Kun. So powerful! So, young Master Chen Kun is actually a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Ling Xiao is finished now. That's right. It's already a miracle that he was able to defeat those two 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Against Chen Kun, I'm afraid he has no chance of winning. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao, just because the cultivation that Chen Kun displayed really surprised people to the extreme. Too strong. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Even Ling Jiaojiao felt her whole body trembling. She hurriedly grabbed Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, let's stop fighting. Let's go back. If we run away, we still have a chance. Ling Xiao gently patted Ling Jiaojiao's hand and smiled. Don't worry, Jiaojiao. He can't kill me. Indeed, Chen Kun's cultivation gave Ling Xiao a shock, but it was merely a shock. It was true that Xiao Chen could not defeat a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. However, the gap between them was not too great. If he used his tyrannical strength, he still had a 10 to 20% chance of winning. And it was basically impossible for Chen Kun to kill him. Even if he could not defeat Chen Kun, he still had many ways to survive. However, running away before fighting was definitely not Ling Xiao's style. Unless his opponent was a yin-yang realm martial artist, he really would not run away. Run? Most of this Yuhua town belongs to our Chen family. Where can the two of you escape to? Chen Kun looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojia disdainfully and said, You seriously injured my brother and sister, and want to leave without paying a price. There's no such good thing in the world. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. I want to see who will be the one running away in the end. Ling Xiao pushed Ling Jiaojia to the side. He was actually looking forward to this battle very much. The stronger the opponent, the more useful it was for tempering the aspect seal. How could those brainless things like demonic beasts compare to a true martial artist? Chen Kun was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. You are indeed foolish and bold. However, you don't have the chance today. I forgot to tell you that I am also an outer disciple of the mystic snake demon sect. I am the same as Ling Wan's Wei, but I am much stronger than him. I heard that you used the Falling Star Sword art to defeat Ling Wansui's Black Snake Demon art. Today, I'll let you see what the real Black Snake Demonic art is. Everyone get out of the way. The Black Snake Demon art is a mid-tier jade grade martial technique. Moreover, the demonic aura is overwhelming. If you get too close, you will die. The crowd suddenly panicked. They all ran towards the distance. This time, it was not a joke. With Qin Kun's 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation coupled with the Black Snake Demon art, Ling Xiao could no longer win. They did not want to be implicated. Ling Xiao, a wise man, knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hurry up and run. Ling Jiaojiao was even more anxious. If Qin Kun was only at the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, she would not say anything. Ling Xiao would probably have a chance to win. However, the current situation was that Qin Kun had previously concealed his cultivation. His true cultivation was at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao still chose to fight with him. That was simply courting death. Jiao, listen to me. Go back first. I will be fine. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Jiao, then looked at Qin Kun. The iron sword in his hand was filled with sword intent as he pointed it at Qin Kun. You have really surprised me. 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation. No wonder the Ling family has been suppressed by your Qin family for the past few years. If it was not for that old fart Ling Yuhua still alive, the Ling family would have been swallowed by your Qin family. Powerful, truly powerful. It's good that you know how powerful I am. I can give you a quick death, but you have to hand over all the Grotto Heaven spiritual pills on you. Qin Kun said proudly. Let's not daydream about this. You won't have the chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Not to mention you, even if your Ling family's Yuhua king came, he would not be able to force me to hand over what I don't want to hand over. Cut the crap and let's fight. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Qin Kun revealed a ferocious expression as a blood-red long blade appeared in his right hand. This blade was very thin and looked very sharp. Before the blade was slashed out, the terrifying blade aura had already caused the surrounding crowd to feel the pain of their skin being cut. A hothead will always be a hothead. Ling Xiao of the Ling family has already endured for so long. He could have just endured a little longer. Why did he have to puff himself up at his own cost? This time, he is really dead. It is said that a good-looking person would not suffer a loss when the odds are against him. This kid is simply a lunatic. It seems like he doesn't understand this principle at all. That's right. If he lives for a few more months, Chen Zhao might not be his match. I heard that the cultivation of martial artists who have entered this cycle of reincarnation increases rather quickly. The crowd's discussion made Chen Zhao very uncomfortable. What did they mean by he would not be Ling Zhao's match in a few more months? Didn't this mean that his talent was not as good as this guy? Chapter 21-26. Qin Kun was very unhappy. Ling Xiao was unfazed by his 7th Grotto Heaven Realm aura? This was simply beyond his expectations. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao should have been scared to the point of fleeing or begging for mercy. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll kill you to prove my strength. Thinking of this, he pointed his blood-red saber at Ling Xiao and channeled all of his internal energy. Streaks of blood-red light flowed into the saber in his hand. This power was truly terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than Qin Xingji and Qin Du then. The blood-red saber emitted a sharp black sword aura that transformed into a black snake as thick as a water bucket. Is that the Black Snake demonic art? So scary, so evil! Ling Jiaojiao trembled all over as she looked at Ling Xiao helplessly. At this moment, she really wanted to help, but the demonic chi released by the black snake made her unable to move. It was as if she was paralyzed. This demonic aura is poisonous, she exclaimed. Ling Xiao, be careful! That black aura is poisonous! Ha ha ha! it's too late for that now. The scariest thing about the Black Snake demonic art is that the aura it releases can combine with the elements in the air to form a terrifying poison that can paralyze the opponent. Ling Xiao, let me avenge the Black Snake envoy today. Who knows, you might even become my stepping stone into the inner sect of the Black Snake demonic sect. The terrifying energy of the Black Snake demonic art had completely condensed on the tip of the blood-red saber. It could explode at any time. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Starlight began to condense on the tip of his sword. The Falling Star sword technique had a total of 9 swords. He'd only used 6 to defeat Qin Xingji, and Qin Du. The last 3 swords were for Qin Kun. He really wanted to use the Dharma seal, but if Qin Zhao couldn't even block the last 3 swords, then there was no need for the seal. Even if he used it, he probably wouldn't gain anything. He's still going to use the Falling Star sword technique? The crowd was in an uproar. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao definitely had some other more powerful moves when facing Qin Kun. But who knew that in the end, Ling Xiao only used the Falling Star sword art. He's dead for sure. Does he really think that a low-tier gold-grade sword skill can contend against a mid-tier jade-grade martial skill? To be honest, what these people said was not wrong. Purely based on the Falling Star sword art, Ling Xiao only had a 10% to 20% chance of defeating Qin Kun. However, this was only the result of the Taiji Eyes analysis. If he didn't try, he wouldn't know. Although he liked to use the Tai Chi Eye, he did not rely on it. Kill! The two of them roared almost at the same time as the sword and the saber clashed in the void. The 7th sword of the Falling Star sword art, Star Annihilation. The resplendent light suddenly exploded. It was even more dazzling than before, and it was released on the street. At the same time, the terrifying black snake opened its huge mouth and swallowed the light. The light disappeared in an instant. It is indeed powerful. The 8th sword, Galaxy Explosion! Ling Xiao did not retreat. He shook the iron sword in his hand and released a brand new move. It was as if countless stars exploded at the same time. The power of this move was several times stronger than the 7th sword. The black snake head was finally blasted into pieces. It's useless! You spent so much effort and only destroyed one of my snake heads! Qin Kun's cold voice sounded. There were actually 3 snake heads biting towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The 9th sword, Universe Break! The sky and the ground were filled with twinkling stars. It was as if the universe in this small space had exploded. The 3 snake heads were destroyed at the same time. Qin Kun was also sent flying. But before Qin Kun landed, he suddenly turned back and slashed down with the blood-red saber in his hand. Black Snake Wild Dance! Under the saber, Saber Chi danced. The entire space was filled with black snakes. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Ling Xiao could block Qin Kun's continuous attacks and not die. This was already very shocking. At this moment, Ling Xiao actually forced Qin Kun to use the most powerful move in the Black Snake demonic art. Today's long battle was probably not going to end peacefully. One of them had to die in battle before it could stop. The county governor has arrived. Make way! Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the Transcendence Seal, a voice suddenly sounded. The two withdrew their fists and legs almost at the same time and stood on both sides of the road. The county governor was the chief official of the 8 Immortals County. It was said that he was also a powerhouse and his cultivation was stronger than Ling Yuhua and the old man of the Chen family. Moreover, this person was an inner disciple of the Black Snake demonic sect. It was someone from the imperial court. No one dared to provoke the county governor. Ling Xiao did not want to cause trouble. Moreover, he had thought about it. Even if he used the Transcendence Seal, he would not be able to defeat Qin Kun unless he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. But if he won like that, it would be meaningless. Once the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was exposed, not only would his identity be exposed, but even those who did not know his identity would come to kill him. Before he became the strongest person in the mystic world, he did not intend to reveal this secret. Anyway, he had plenty of opportunities to kill Qin Kun. It would not be at this moment. The Ascension sacrifice was already very close. The county governor of the 8 Immortals County had probably come to Ascension Town so early to preside over this important event. However, Ling Xiao still felt that it was a little strange. Although the Ascension sacrifice was very important, coming to Ascension Town nearly a month in advance still gave off a sense of disharmony. After the county governor's carriage left, Qin Kun wanted to look for Ling Xiao again, but he realized that Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found. Not only was Ling Xiao gone, but so was Ling Jiajia. Humph, I'll let your head stay on your neck for a few more days. It seems that the county governor is coming to our Qin family. I have to go back and welcome him. Qin Zhao snorted coldly and turned to leave. At the moment, Ling Xiao was walking briskly outside Ascension Town alone. After injuring Qin Xingji and Qin Du, the Qin family would definitely cause trouble for the Ling family. He did not have the time to deal with them. Thus, he decided to go directly to Ascension Mountain Range. As for Ling Jiaojiao, she had already returned to the Ling family. Ascension Mountain Range was very dangerous. Ling Xiao could not bring Ling Jiaojiao and Little Fifth. They might be wronged at the Ling family, but they would not die. However, if they went to Ascension Mountain Range, they might die. As he walked, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. A figure who had been tailing Ling Xiao jumped in fright, but before he could react, a sword had already been placed across his neck. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? As soon as Ling Xiao left the city, he sensed that someone had been following him. He thought that the person would attack after leaving the city, but the person clearly did not do anything. Qin Zhao did not want to wait anymore and decided to ask directly. Raise your hands and turn around slowly, Ling Xiao said. The person raised his hands and turned around slowly, facing Ling Xiao. It's you? Chapter 21-27. So it's you! Ling Xiao instantly recognized the person who was following him. Of the 2 people who came to the town to assassinate him that day, one was killed by him, and the other was this person. This guy escaped. It had only been a month or so. The assassin who was weaker than him back then was even less likely to be his opponent now. I thought you would run away after failing to assassinate me. I didn't expect you to show up. Interesting. Ling Xiao had some doubts. Even an assassin who was not afraid of death would think of other ways when he knew he was no match for his opponent. It would be better if he could not find a helper. This person actually came to find him alone. There must be something else. Don't do it. I'm not here to kill you this time. I'm here to ask for your help, the assassin said. Ask for my help? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Yes, I can tell you now who ordered us to kill you. The assassin nodded. No conditions? Ling Xiao asked. No. The assassin shook his head. There was anger and sadness in his eyes. He explained. The person who ordered me to kill you is the second master of the Qin family, Qianlong. Qianlong? He killed my father and still won't let me go. What's the reason? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know. I'm just working for him. He won't tell me. The assassin shook his head and said, But there's one thing I'm particularly concerned about. Every time he gives an order, he seems to have to discuss it with someone else. So I suspect that there might be someone else behind him. Why? Did he offend you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yes, because I couldn't complete the task. He brutally killed my 6-year-old daughter. I don't have the ability to kill him, so I can only ask for your help. The assassin replied. This reason makes sense. But do you think I'll let you go? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the assassin. He wanted to kill Qianlong, but he would not let this assassin go. If he did not have some strength, wouldn't he have been assassinated long ago? Since I came to find you, I didn't expect to leave alive. But can you let me watch Qianlong die before I die? The assassin asked. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked. That's impossible. I understand now. The assassin sighed. Anyway, that Qianlong is also your enemy. You can definitely kill him. Come on, give me a quick death. He closed his eyes and stretched his neck to Ling Xiao. A moment later, he didn't feel any pain in his neck. He couldn't help but open his eyes. But then, you'll see Qianlong. The assassin's eyes grew moist when he saw this line of words. He gritted his teeth and said, Qianlong, you will definitely die in front of me. Definitely. After saying that, he also disappeared into the dense forest. During this period, he had to hide to avoid being discovered by Qianlong. He wanted to see Qianlong die with his own eyes. At that time, even if he died, it would be worth it. At this time, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the Yuhua mountain range. He did not lose anything by letting the assassin go for the time being. An assassin that he could kill at any time was no longer a threat. Perhaps he could be of use at a critical time. The assassin definitely knew more than that. Giving him a little favor would allow him to gain something in the future. This was called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Xindian, you said you came from the central region? Do you know the Eternal Palace? In the dense forest, Ling Xiao let Xindian out. With Xindian outside, he could help him to guard the surrounding situation. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. In any case, he was not worried that Xindian would escape. Xindian hoped to be able to rely on a strong person, at least someone who had the potential to become a strong person. And he was one. During this period of time, the battle prowess and wisdom he had displayed had made Xindian completely willing to follow him wholeheartedly. Of course I've heard of it. The Eternal Palace is the largest sect in the Black Tortoise continent. It stands at the top of the Black Tortoise continent. Xindian replied. Is there a young master of the Eternal Palace who mysteriously disappeared? Although it was wrong to suspect his father, Ling Xiao still wanted to confirm if what Ling Tai said was true. That's right. Many years ago, the young masters of the Eternal Palace fought for the position of the Palace Master. Several of them were killed. There was also a young master who mysteriously disappeared. There is still no news of him. It is said that when he left, he stole the most precious treasure of the Eternal Palace, the Eternal Seal. Xindian replied. Then what is the secret of the Eternal Seal? Why did the previous palace masters of the Eternal Palace only cultivate to the 3rd level at most? Ling Xiao asked again. I don't know about this. But it is said that the Eternal Seal was not originally called the Eternal Seal. It has another name called the Xian Beast Seal. It seems that one needs to collect something to cultivate it completely. But after this thing fell into the hands of the Eternal Palace, the people of the Eternal Palace changed the name to the Eternal Seal in order to hide its origin. The logic is the same. You also know that the Xian Beasts include the Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and so on. These are the ones with the longest lifespans and can reach the realm of immortality. So this name is appropriate. Xindian thought for a while before replying. It could be heard that Xindian's understanding of the Eternal Palace was limited to what the people around him said. This proved that Xindian was not from the Eternal Palace. Since this was the case, Ling Xiao was relieved. Actually, Ling Xiao was still quite worried. If Xindian was from the Eternal Palace, then he would have to be extremely careful. Who knew if this guy was a spy sent by the Eternal Palace? Finally, he came to the cave where he cultivated last time. Ling Xiao released the rabbit that he just got. He really wanted to find the Moon Lady now. The underworld was dangerous and the mystic world was full of danger. No one knew what the Moon Lady would encounter. He injected his soul power into the rabbit's body and saw something. Outside the Eternal Palace, are there 2 huge black tortoise sculptures? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, have you been there before? Xindian asked curiously. Ling Xiao did not answer. Instead, he frowned. From the rabbit's memory, he saw that the Moon Lady had reincarnated into the Eternal Palace. But he did not know who or what she had reincarnated into. This time, the plan to find the Moon Lady would have to be delayed indefinitely. If he went to the Eternal Palace now, he would be courting death. They could easily kill him with a finger. But that's good. The Moon Lady has reincarnated into the Eternal Palace. It's impossible for others to harm her. Once my cultivation recovers, I'll go there to take a look. I must save the Moon Lady! Ling Xiao got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Anyway, there was no point in thinking about it now. Chapter 21-28. Xindian, help me keep a lookout. I feel that the seal of eternal life contains some special secrets. This is also one of the reasons why I came to Feather Mountain Range. Ling Xiao told Xindian that he had obtained the seal of eternal life. Firstly, he wanted to get closer to Xindian. Secondly, he wanted to test the divine grimoire. If Xindian heard that he had obtained the seal of eternal life, he could get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. However, he obviously worried too much. Xindian wasn't that interested in the seal of eternal life. He didn't even have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Perhaps this was the so-called my immortal herb, another's poison. Not bothering about Xindian, Ling Xiao immersed himself in the process of comprehending the seal of eternal life. He believed that the seal of eternal life wasn't as simple as it looked. Otherwise, it would be hard to understand how a powerful force like Eternal Life Palace couldn't comprehend it. Ling Xiao's soul came out of his shell and entered the universe of Tyrant. The inscriptions of the seal of eternal life unfolded in the vast universe. It was vast and heart-stopping. Even Tao Tai, who was lying in the depths of the universe, roared in dissatisfaction. He then turned and flew further away. Ling Xiao didn't care about it, and continued to focus on deciphering the inscriptions. At this moment, the mountain river world in the universe of Tyrant suddenly shook. In the mountain river world, there were originally 9 cauldrons. Only the first cauldron was released by Ling Xiao, allowing him to comprehend the light and shadow ultimacy. Hence, Ling Xiao named this divine cauldron as the Light and Darkness Divine Cauldron. His light and shadow ultimacy hadn't reached the highest level. Logically speaking, the second cauldron couldn't be released. However, the second cauldron flew out and formed a connection with the inscriptions of the seal of eternal life. Could it be that the second cauldron created by the human king is related to the seal of eternal life? Ling Xiao was shocked. The second cauldron flew into the universe of Tyrant and released countless strange patterns. Ling Xiao took a closer look. These patterns were actually some strange beasts. The strongest ones were naturally the divine dragons of the immemorial era, including the 9 great immemorial dragons and the immemorial golden dragon king. Xian Beast Cauldron! A name appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. This was the name given to the second cauldron by the human monarch. Xian Beast Seal! This was the original name of the seal of eternal life. There was indeed a connection. As the profound beast cauldron continuously released the patterns, the inscriptions on the seal of eternal life also started to flicker intensely. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered continuously. I see. So that's how it was. In the end, the transcendent seal was only the foundation of the entire seal of eternal life. Well, in that case, I will practice according to the meaning of this inscription. With that in mind, Ling Xiao abruptly performed the Dharma seal and visualized the Dharma idol of a primordial hell dragon. This primordial hell dragon was in Ling Xiao's universe of tyrants, so visualizing it was the easiest. The moment the ancient hell dragon was successfully visualized, there were no other profound beast diagrams in the profound beast cauldron. In its place were clusters of terrifying black-purple flames. Ling Xiao breathed in this aura and felt a force awakening in his body. At this moment, Xindian, who was in the depths of the cave, was looking at Ling Xiao's body in horror. This was because Ling Xiao's body was constantly releasing black flames. Anything that came into contact with these black flames would be corroded and destroyed. What kind of flame is this? How can it be so terrifying? Xindian thought that she was once considered an expert. Although she was sealed in the secret sword, she still had the guts. But today, she was really afraid. She didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing, but she didn't dare to alarm Ling Xiao. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would go berserk because of this. Fortunately, the flames stopped spreading after 4 to 5 meters. This allowed Xindian to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the secret sword, the figure of a blonde girl appeared. She was praying to the heavens. She was praying that Ling Xiao would be safe and sound. At the same time, in the tyrannical universe, a huge ancient hell dragon was hovering in the universe. Its tail was at one end of the galaxy, but its head was at the other end. With a casual swing of its huge head, countless stars were destroyed. The surroundings of this ancient hell dragon was completely a world of ancient hell fire. It burned crazily and completely surrounded Ling Xiao. Master, you're crazy. How did you visualize such a monster? It's tens of thousands of times stronger than I was back then. No, hundreds of thousands of times stronger. The ancient hell dragon, Long Slayer, who lived in the Dragon Talisman, appeared at this moment and was shocked when he saw this terrifying scene. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to answer him. The vast dragon's roar was heard, and countless stars were constantly exploding. Then, the huge ancient hell dragon drilled into Ling Xiao's small body. The key point was that Ling Xiao was still unable to move and could only let this huge body enter his body. Damn, this time it's really big. The human king once said that before completely cultivating the light and shadow profound, one must never open the second cauldron. But this time, it's purely a coincidence. I didn't want this to happen. How can there be such a huge and terrifying ancient hell dragon? If the ancient hell dragon of the mystic world is so terrifying, the human race would have been destroyed long ago. What would the human king do? Ling Xiao was also complaining in his heart. It wasn't that he was timid, but the current scene was really a little scary. As the huge ancient hell dragon drilled into Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying heat that could completely burn his body. In any case, he was someone who controlled divine fire. Facing this heat, he was completely unable to resist. Compared to this terrifying divine dragon, Ling Xiao was like a grain of sand compared to the entire starry sky. The disparity was really too great. If not for the fact that this huge ancient hell dragon had no intention of killing him, his soul and body would have disappeared by now. One had to know that even a snake swallowing an elephant could kill itself. What's more, Ling Xiao was going to swallow an ancient hell dragon as huge as the starry sky. He really felt like he was going to die. Even when he was about to be killed in battle, he had never felt such despair. It was too miserable. Even if the archaic hell dragon didn't intend to kill him, he would still explode from the pressure. Because of a special opportunity, Ling Xiao had opened the second cauldron before the human king's conditions were met. So now he was really in an extremely dangerous situation. One careless mistake and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. He could feel his consciousness slowly blurring, as if he was about to fall asleep. Once he slept, he would probably bid farewell to this world forever. I can't sleep, I can't die yet. The great ambition of unifying the mystic world has yet to be completed. The Moon Maiden has yet to be found. There are still so many good brothers and sisters waiting for me. Chapter 21-29. To Ling Xiao, he had too many ties and too many unfinished business. His first reincarnation was just the beginning. How could he die now? In terms of willpower, it was not that Ling Xiao looked down on others, but if he said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. With the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, his willpower could even resist the heavens' mandate holy light of a king of sovereigns. He had even swallowed the demon seed. How could he admit defeat so easily? My body isn't just this physical body. The entire Sky Tyrant universe is mine. Are you going to explode? Following Ling Xiao's thoughts, the entire Sky Tyrant martial soul started to operate. The energy that had made him uncomfortable turned into countless tiny streams of energy that flowed into his body. Then, a clear imprint formed in the depths of his spirit sea. This small imprint was all-encompassing and could contain the entire immemorial Hell Dragon's celestial body. Haha, I'm bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. This seal of eternity is probably more powerful than I thought. It can actually corroborate with the human king's dark beast cauldron. Interesting. Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing and his primordial spirit returned to his body, a piercing pain shot through his body. The imprint in his spirit sea released a strange energy that rampaged through his body. It was similar to the feeling he had when he had fused with the immemorial golden dragon's cells. However, it was much more painful than that. Damn it, why is it so painful every time I cultivate? Can it be easier? Ling Xiao closed his eyes and gritted his teeth as he tried his best to channel this energy. Fortunately, the energy released from the Hell Dragon imprint wasn't as much as before. It was released slowly, so his body could still withstand it. However, he felt a little strange. He felt as if something incredible had grown out of his body. This reminded him of the human dragon form that he had once possessed. However, at that time, the so-called human dragon form was just a way for him to use the power of the immemorial golden dragon's bloodline to change his body's shape. Anyone with a bloodline would be able to do so. However, the situation today seemed different. This wasn't the power of the bloodline, but the imprint in the depths of his soul. The power of the bloodline could only change one's body. However, the imprint of the soul could change anything that one's soul possessed. For example, if Ling Zhao's soul power was injected into a rock, the rock's shape would change. The strengthening of the soul was more terrifying and sturdier than the strengthening of the bloodline. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and visualized the immemorial Hell Dragon's appearance. His body continued to change. Although he was still in his human dragon form, it was completely different from his previous form. Now that Ling Xiao was in this humanoid dragon form, he could truly feel that he was an ancient Hell Dragon. And this power that caused his body to change was the result of the combination of the Profound Beast Cauldron and the Profound Beast Seal. It was immemorial Hell Boom. When his body completely transformed into the Hell Human Dragon form, a powerful and terrifying dragon chi suddenly soared into the sky. At that moment, Ling Xiao smiled. This breakthrough in his cultivation came suddenly and was a little unexpected. The middle level of the Grotto Heaven realm. A reincarnation realm martial artist's mid-level cultivation was equivalent to a 6th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. However, with Ling Zhao's strength, he was much stronger. It's time to go out and test my power. Ling Xiao didn't withdraw his Hell Immemorial Hell Dragon form. He was already used to the changes in his body, Heavenly Demon Battle Body, Heaven Earth Queen, and so on. He already had experience in this area. Therefore, he was very familiar with the Hell Immemorial Hell Dragon form. Stepping out of the cave, Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye. His strange eyes scanned the desolate forest. In that instant, a large number of wild beasts actually fled in panic, perhaps due to the spread of the dragon chi. Roar! A furious roar came from afar. The beast king of this territory was furious. There were actually foreign demonic beasts behaving atrociously in its territory. How could it let them off? Hearing this roar, Xin Dian was shocked and hurriedly hid in Ling Zhao's storage ring. On the other hand, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Who exactly is the overlord of this territory? We'll soon find out. Roar! The beast's roar came closer and closer. Ling Xiao could already see the giant beast's appearance clearly. It was a huge white ape. The white ape was 5 to 6 meters tall. Its huge body flashed and moved at an extremely fast speed. When it saw Ling Xiao, it didn't stop at all. It jumped up and smashed its fists toward Ling Yao's head. It's a Grotto Heaven Realm demon beast at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. It's the same cultivation as Qin Kun. However, a demon beast is still a demon beast. It should be slightly weaker than Qin Kun. Originally, when a martial artist's cultivation was lower, a demon beast was stronger than an ordinary martial artist. However, at the Grotto Heaven Realm, a martial artist's body was comparable to a demon beast's body. Demon beasts had no advantage in this aspect. On the other hand, martial artists were obviously more skilled in martial arts. Therefore, at the same cultivation level, martial artists were obviously stronger. If Ling Xiao couldn't even defeat this white ape, then he shouldn't think about anything else. Poor guy. You can't tell the strength of your opponent. You're going to die here in the end. There wasn't a shred of emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. It was as if the ancient Hell Dragon had been reborn. Cold and bloodthirsty. Pfft. The shadow of a dragon flashed. Then, a hand pierced the white ape's body. The white ape let out an earth-shattering scream. It finally felt fear. However, it was too late. Ling Xiao pulled his hand out instantly. He was holding the white ape's demon beast core in his hand. He didn't use any martial arts techniques. It was just a simple attack, and he killed this terrifying 7th Grotto Heaven Realm demon beast in one move. Fortunately, Qin Kun didn't see this scene. Otherwise, Qin Kun probably wouldn't dare to make a fuss in front of Ling Xiao again. At that time, Ling Xiao would probably lose the best chance to kill Qin Kun. Crack! What made Qin Dian dumbfounded was that Ling Xiao actually threw the white ape's demon beast core into his mouth and ate it as if he was eating rock candy. Ling Xiao could feel that after eating this demon beast core, his intermediate Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, which was originally unstable, had completely stabilized. Not only that, but the energy continued to be replenished. It seemed that he had the intention of continuing to advance. However, one demon beast core of a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm demon beast was definitely not enough. Even if Ling Xiao was eager to break through, he wouldn't be greedy. Every time he was promoted, he had to make steady progress. He didn't lack energy anyway. Until now, there was still a large amount of energy in the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans that had not been digested in the past. He swallowed demon beast cores and elixirs so that he could convert this energy as soon as possible. However, he couldn't do it too quickly. If he did, it would be easy to take a wrong path. In the end, the loss would definitely outweigh the gain. Chapter 2130. You have the ancient Hell Dragon soul in your body? When Ling Xiao regained his original appearance, Qin Dian asked in astonishment. Yes, what's so strange about that? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He thought that Qin Dian was making a fuss over nothing. He not only had the ancient Hell Dragon soul in his body, but also the ancient Nature Dragon soul and the ancient 5 Elements Dragon soul. If he said it out loud, this little girl would be scared to death. Qin Dian sighed in his heart. This time, he was really lucky to have met such an outstanding young man. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before this youth helped him regain his original appearance. Thinking about it, he felt that he hadn't been able to help Ling Xiao in any way, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If he couldn't help Ling Xiao, it was equivalent to saying that he had lost his value. Things that had lost their value and had no emotional fetters would really be thrown away. Alright, Godly Codex, you don't have to think too much about it. The Sword of Secret Techniques is a very beneficial supplement to my battle strength. What you need to do is to help me study the seals on the Sword of Secret Techniques. The sooner you break them, the sooner I'll be able to use a more powerful secret technique. The mysteries of the 9 cauldrons were the foundation of all of Ling Xiao's martial arts. It was also the direction of Ling Xiao's main attack. The Light and Darkness Divine Cauldron and the Xian Beast Cauldron were the same. But this didn't prevent him from increasing his battle strength. For example, this secret technique sword could bring out his powerful soul power, which was also very good. Counting the time, it had been more than half a month since he broke the seal of eternal life and opened the Xian Beast Cauldron. There weren't many days left until the emergence sacrifice. Ling Xiao didn't intend to go back so early. His current cultivation needed to be consolidated, and the seal of eternal life also needed to be strengthened. It needed to be explained that the seal of eternal life had 2 seals, external and internal. The external seal was cultivated by the Palace Master of the Eternal Life Palace. The first move was the Transcendence Seal. The internal seal was opened by Ling Xiao after the seal of eternal life was connected to the Xian Beast Cauldron. At present, there was only one Hell Dragon seal. Not only could it increase the power of external seals, but it could also be used alone to increase one's cultivation. Ling Xiao planned to cultivate both internally and externally. The hard work he had put into the Transcendence Seal had not been in vain. Now, he still needed to strengthen it. Qin Kun, oh Qin Kun, the appearance of the 8 Immortals County's county governor prevented us from having a final showdown. I admit that it was difficult to win against you at that time. But now that I have the Diabolical Dragon Seal, and my cultivation has skyrocketed. You are no longer worth mentioning in my eyes. I really don't know if you'll regret not attacking me together that day if you meet me again." Ling Xiao sneered and began his crazy training in the Feather Mountain range. 6 days later, there were still 2 days before the Ascension sacrifice. Ling Xiao washed himself in the nearby river before taking out a clean set of clothes from his storage ring and putting them on. He was preparing to return to Ascension Town. "Let's go, Divine Codex. When we return this time, we must give those people a huge surprise." Ling Xiao used the meteor steps and broke through the air. Now that he was getting closer and closer to his previous cultivation, he felt extremely carefree. Although he was cooperating with Ling Yuhua because of his ability to refine elixirs, he still had to be careful. After all, he was not completely safe. Only by increasing his strength and cultivation would he be able to suppress Ling Yuhua and take control of Ascension Town. Although he had suffered a lot during the 6 days of continuous special training, his understanding of the Dharma image seal had also improved. The Transcendent Seal could be used to visualize all the gods in the God Investiture catalog. But what he could grasp now was only a portion of Nez's and Erlangshin's abilities. Nothing seemed like it could be accomplished overnight. Fortunately, the Transcendent Seal had been raised to the Greater Mastery Realm and was much stronger than the initial Mastery Realm. Together with the Diabolical Dragon Seal within, it would become his most powerful ultimate move. Of course, it depended on whether there was anyone who was qualified to make him use this move. After all, his Meteor Fall Sword technique had also become stronger after his cultivation had increased. And this sword technique, which was originally at the Great Perfection Realm, had now reached the Transformation Realm. Its power had also increased by a lot. He believed that even if he did not use the Seal of Eternity, he could still easily defeat Qin Kun half a month ago with just the Meteor Fall Sword technique. Of course, Qin Kun's cultivation might have increased during this period of time, but it would at most be 1 level higher. He would still not be a match for Ling Yun. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Ling family's courtyard, he saw a group of people walking out of the Ling family. He looked up and saw the county governor of the 8 Immortals County leading the group. There were 2 people beside him. One was Ling Yuhua, and the other was the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Sanghai. Logically speaking, he was the Ascension King and could totally disregard the county governor of the 8 Immortals County. But this county governor was an inner disciple of the mysterious snake demon sect. Although he was the Ascension King of the Qin country, he could only be a foil. Following the 3 of them were the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Qin and Ling families. Chen Ran, Chen Long, Chen Kun, Chen Pai, Chen Xingji, Chen Du, Ling Jian, Ling Moyu, Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Bei, and Ling Yan were all there. There were also many other youths that Ling Xiao did not recognize. Only Ling Xiao was not among them. "Xiaoer, come over and greet the county governor." Seeing Ling Xiao, Ling Yuhua said in a deep voice. Ling Xiao smiled and cupped his hands at the county governor. "This commoner pays his respects to the county governor. Hee, I've heard of you. You are the one who shocked the world during the Ling family's annual meeting." The county governor was smiling, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Ling Xiao knew what he meant. He had killed the mysterious snake envoy. As a fellow mysterious snake demon sect governor, how could he let the matter rest? He did not seek trouble directly. Ling Yun did not know what he was thinking. "You flatter me, county governor," Ling Xiao said plainly. "Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. These days you fled to the wilderness. Did you think that you had escaped a calamity? However, can you escape the Ascension sacrifice? Unless you don't dare to participate." Qin Kun suddenly snorted. Ling Xiao chuckled. "Reckless fool. You will know whose calamity it is during the Ascension sacrifice." Following that, he cupped his hands at the county governor and Ling Yuhua. "County governor, clan leader, I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest." With that, he ignored everyone's gazes and walked straight to his small courtyard. "Brother!" Ling Jiaojiao hurriedly followed. Compared to accompanying these people, Ling Jiaojiao wanted to be with Ling Xiao the most. "County governor, please don't be angry." This child's temperament changed drastically after his parents died. Please forgive him, Ling Yuhua said hurriedly. It's fine. Chapter 2131. All right, old Patriarch Ling, there's no need to send me off. I'm here for no other reason than to hope that the Chen and Ling families can live in harmony. No matter who wins this ascension ritual, they can't take revenge on the other family in the future. Otherwise, I won't forgive them. After leaving, the prefectural governor said to Ling Yuhua, You still need to enlighten that Ling Xiao of your family. Don't ruin the relationship between the Chen and Ling families because of some trivial matter. Don't worry, prefectural governor. I understand, Ling Yuhua said hurriedly. All right, I'll return to Ascension Hall first. Remember, on the day of the Ascension ritual, all adult warriors from both families must come to Ascension Hall to drink. This is a major matter that concerns the fairness of the Ascension ritual. Don't forget. After saying that, the prefectural governor left with his entourage. Afterward, Qin Shanghai also bid farewell to Ling Yuhua. On the way, Qin Kun asked Qin Shanghai very unhappily, Grandfather, why didn't you let me kill that Ling Xiao? Why are you in such a hurry? When the Ascension ritual begins, it'll be the end of the Ling family. Qin Shanghai sneered. That old thing Ling Yuhua probably never dreamed that we would cooperate with the prefectural governor. Grandfather, you mean to uproot the Ling family? Qin Kun asked in surprise. That's right. So don't think about that Ling Maoyu of the Ling family. She's going to die eventually, Qin Shanghai said in a deep voice. A real man can't be swayed by love. Do you understand? I understand. Qin Kun didn't have any feelings for Ling Maoyu. Although he liked her, it was only because of her beauty. He didn't care about losing such a woman. Let's go back and plan. We must ensure that the entire plan goes smoothly. Qin Shanghai didn't want to say too much on the way. If someone overheard, the entire plan would fall through. At this moment, Ling Yuhua felt that there was something wrong with this ascension ritual. He also had a very uneasy feeling from the bottom of his heart. However, he couldn't figure out the reason. He had always been wary of the Qin family. The only thing he didn't expect was that the prefectural governor of the 8 Immortals County would help the Chen family deal with them. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know this. However, this did not affect him much. He didn't care about the life and death of the Ling family. However, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If he were to find out about these schemes, he would probably still intervene. After all, the Ling family was now in a cooperative relationship with him, while the Qin family was in a hostile relationship. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What's more, they were working together. Little brother, my cultivation has broken through to the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. In the courtyard, Ling Jiaojiao excitedly said to Ling Xiao. Not bad. This way, you can even suppress that Ling Maoyu. Only Ling Jian is slightly stronger than you. Ling Xiao was truly happy for Ling Jiaojiao. The situation among the younger generation was very obvious. Qin Pai and Qin Kun were in the first tier. Ling Jian and Ling Jiaojiao belonged to the second tier. Ling Yan, Ling Maoyu, Chen Xingji, and Chen Du could be classified as the third tier. As for the remaining people, they could all be considered as the first rank. In the past, Ling Jiaojiao was not even as good as Ling Maoyu. Since she followed Ling Xiao, she defeated Ling Maoyu at the annual meeting. Now, she completely crushed Ling Maoyu. Ling Xiao was an exception. He had no interest in competing with these people. His goal was always to become a martial artist of a higher level. Ling Xiao, why don't you not participate in the Yuhua sacrifice? My strength has increased now. Although I may not be as good as the Qin family, I won't lose too badly. In any case, the Ling family has never treated you well. Why should you take the risk for the Ling family's management rights in Yuhua town? In the end, Ling Jiaojiao was still worried about Ling Xiao. She did not know what had happened to Ling Xiao in the past month, but she was very clear about Qin Kun and Qin Pai's terrifying strength. It was said that Qin Kun's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. Qin Pai was even more terrifying, reaching the 9th Grotto Heaven realm. Facing these two people, Ling Xiao had no chance of winning. She knew that Ling Zhao's aptitude was better, but Qin Kuan and Qin Pai had truly lived for nearly 20 years and cultivated until now. As for Ling Xiao, he belonged to the samsara realm. In fact, he had only cultivated for about 14 months. No matter how fast a samsara realm martial artist cultivated, he could not compare to someone else's nearly 20 years of bitter cultivation. Jiao Jiao, the one you should be worried about is not me. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, although I can't be sure, I feel that the Qin family will definitely not show mercy in the Yuhua sacrifice this time. Not only do they want to kill me, but they might also want to kill you, Ling Jian, Ling Yan, and all the descendants of the Ling family. He did not tell this to anyone because he did not have evidence. It was just his intuition and speculation. But he believed that Ling Jiaojia would trust him, so he said it. What? Ling Jiaojia was dumbfounded when she heard this. Although she had not received much care since she was young, blood was thicker than water. She was different from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not a biological descendant of the Ling family, but she was. If the Qin family really intended to do this, then she must stop them. Don't worry so much. This is just my speculation. Maybe nothing will happen. But to be prepared, I have a formation refining stone here. Keep it carefully. If something really happens that you can't solve, use the formation refining stone. At least those brats from the Qin family won't be able to solve it. Ling Xiao took out a formation refining stone and gave it to Ling Jiaojiao. He reminded her, this formation refining stone can only be used once, so you have to use it at the most critical moment. Don't use it on irrelevant people. Also, you don't have to worry about me. Qin Kun and Qin Pai will die in my hands sooner or later. Have I ever lied to you? Ling Jiaojiao took the formation refining stone and was stunned for a while. She thought to herself, it seems that's true. Ling Xiao has never lied to me. If he said he would defeat someone, then he would definitely defeat them. Why should she be overly worried? All right then, but can I share your intuition with the others? Ling Jiaojiao asked. Yes, but people will definitely not believe it. Ling Xiao understood that Ling Jiaojiao was different from other people in the Ling family. She was not a heartless person. Therefore, there were some words that Ling Jiaojiao knew would be ridiculed, but she would still say it. As for whether it would be effective or not, that was another matter. She had to have a clear conscience. Not long after Ling Jiaojiao left, someone came to the small courtyard to make trouble. In fact, it was not a trouble. They just came to complain. Ling Jian and Ling Maoyu both came. They did not dare to rush into Ling Zhao's small courtyard. They could only question Ling Xiao at the door. Ling Jian said, you measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Qin Kun and Mou are engaged. How could he be ruthless to her? Yes, Brother Kun is not a shameless person like you. Chapter 2132. Haha, when there's really trouble, I hope you won't ask me to save you. Ling Xiao sneered and said, believe it or not, get lost. After saying that, Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the door of the small courtyard closed with a bang. Ling Jian and Ling Maoyu both had ugly expressions. Let's go, Maoyu. The facts will prove everything. When the time comes, I'll see what Ling Xiao has to say. Finally, Ling Jian took a deep breath and said, well, I believe in Brother Zhao's character. He absolutely won't do anything to me. Ling Maoyu nodded, and the two left together. Ling Xiao didn't know about this, nor was he interested in knowing. He really didn't care about the life and death of these two people at all. 2 days later, the Ascension sacrifice officially began. All the adult martial artists of the Ling family and the Qin family went to the banquet in Ascension Hall. After all, it was the 8 Immortals County's county chief who invited them, and no one dared to disobey. The juniors of the two families all gathered outside the Ascension mountain range to prepare for the 3-day survival test in the wild. This was also the essence of the Ascension sacrifice. Anyone whose cultivation had reached the celestial realm or above had to participate in this test, while those whose cultivation had not reached the required level had to stay in the courtyard. In terms of total number, the Chen family had more juniors than the Ling family. And a lot more. The Ling family only had 75 juniors, while the Chen family had more than 100. But no one said that this was unfair. After all, the Chen family's ability to produce more than 100 juniors who had reached the celestial realm was also their ability. In terms of overall strength, except for the variable Ling Xiao, the Chen family was also stronger than the Ling family. But even so, there were too many variables to survive in the wild. Not only did they have to survive for 3 days, but they also had to hunt as many monster cores as possible. The whole process was monitored by the experts sent by the 8 Immortals County. So cheating was impossible, and no one dared to do so. Once they did, the final outcome might be even worse. At the same time, the two families in Ascension Hall were also talking and laughing in harmony. It was a completely peaceful scene. Those who didn't know would think that the relationship between the two families was very good. Only the two families knew that they had been fighting in private for so many years. On the way, the younger generation of the Ling family walked in front under the leadership of Ling Jian and Ling Moyu. On the other hand, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao were completely separated from the rest of the group, falling far behind them. It was as if they did not fit in with the group in front of them. Ling Xiao, you must be careful. Although I believe that you have the means to protect yourself, since you have already guessed that those fellows from the Chen family will do anything to kill you, you must be very careful. Then they will definitely not be open and above board. They will definitely play tricks. You must be careful. Ling Jiaojiao had already told the Ling family everything she needed to say, but to her dismay, no one was willing to listen to her. However, she was not sad. She had done everything she could. Now, the person she cared about the most was still Ling Xiao. You don't have to worry about me. You, on the other hand, remember to use the Alchemy Formation Stone at critical moments. As long as you activate the Alchemy Formation Stone, I will know that you are in trouble and will definitely rush over to save you. Ling Jiaojiao cared about Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao also cared about Ling Jiaojiao. This was a true family. Unlike the rest of the Ling family, who treated their own people like enemies. It made people quite speechless. When they were about to reach their destination, Ling Jian and Ling Mayu deliberately walked to the back of the group. Ling Jian looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, "Grandpa said that if you are in danger, you can ask me for help. Although I really hate you, since it is Grandpa's order, I will definitely obey." Ling Moyu also said, "Me too. I believe that if I plead with Brother Zhao, he should give me face. I hope that the person who asks for help in the end is me, and not you." Ling Xiao smiled, and a hint of ridicule appeared on his face. Ling Yuhua still knew to protect him, but unfortunately it was too late. If he had been good to him and his parents when he entered the world of reincarnation, then he would definitely not be ungrateful today. But now, this kind of hypocritical protection only made him feel disgusted. Dog-biting Lu Rinxian, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Big brother, let's go. Ling Moyu heard Ling Jian's words and was naturally very unhappy. Ling Jian nodded and immediately left. At this time, everyone of the Qin family had gathered at the departure place. Waiting there were also experts from the 8 Immortals County. Seeing Ling Xiao, Qin Kun revealed a sinister smile and made a throat-slitting gesture. The meaning was obvious. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him. This was the second time Ling Xiao completely ignored Qin Kun. At this time, Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on the experts sent by the 8 Immortals County. There were a total of 4 experts, all of whom were high-level Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The strongest among them was at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, and the other 3 were at the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm. These 4 were the supervisors and referees of this survival in the wilderness. The person in the lead was wearing an official's robe. He should be someone from the imperial court. His face was cold, revealing a strong murderous aura. Who knew how many evildoers had been killed by his hands? Reporting to Lord Lin, all of the Ling family's younger generation of Heaven Realm martial artists have arrived. Ling Jian stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said to the person in the lead, "And since you're here, let's go." Lord Lin only responded coldly, and then walked forward. The three people under him disappeared into the forest. Making it so mysterious, how ridiculous! Ling Xiao could not help but laugh in his heart. If he was just an ordinary child, he would probably be very respectful to Lord Lin. However, he was a martial artist who had reincarnated, and his cultivation was much stronger than Lord Lin's. Therefore, he did not have the slightest respect for Lord Lin. Instead, he was vigilant. He had the Tai Chi eye, and was very sensitive to anyone's aura. 2 days ago, he had deduced that the county governor and the Qin family might be harmful to the Ling family. It was not just a simple intuition, but also came from the viciousness and murderous aura he felt from the county governor and Qin Shanghai. Today, the same aura came from Lord Lin, and it made him very uncomfortable. However, only he could feel this aura. The others followed closely behind. That Ling Maoyu even shamelessly ran to the Chen family's team and chatted with Chen Zhao, arm in arm. How was there any meaning of competition? She was just short of sending herself to someone else's bed. No, perhaps Chen Kun had already slept with this woman. Ling Jiaojia followed Ling Xiao from beginning to end. In her world, there was only Ling Xiao. To her, other people were really nothing. Jiao, didn't you admire Chen Pai before? Today, your idol is here. Why don't you come and talk to him? Ling Mou was clearly deliberately trying to embarrass Ling Xiao. In the entire Ling family, the only one who was willing to walk with Ling Xiao was Ling Jiaojia. Chapter 2133. Chen Pai also looked at Ling Jiaojia. This kid was younger than Chen Pai, but he had a jade-like face and starry eyes. He was a typical handsome guy. Not only that, but his cultivation was stronger than Chen Kun's. Standing there, although his face was cold, he charmed many girls. Whether it was the girls of the Chen family or the Ling family, they all howled at him, just like female dogs in heat. However, Ling Jiaojia just glanced at Ling Maoyu indifferently and said, "Sister, don't you know what time it is now? Once you enter the Feather Mountain Range, the Ling family and the Qin family will become competitors. Don't you think there's something wrong with you beaming with joy with your opponent? Don't be sold and count the money for them." Perhaps because she had been with Ling Xiao for a long time, Ling Jiaojiao did not have the slightest good impression of the Qin family. You really think that Ling Xiao has taught you bad things? You really are a nest of snakes and rats, good-for-nothing things. Ling Maoyu shouted angrily. Loser, you actually dared to say that others are good for nothing. I think you'd better put your mind on cultivation. Otherwise, do you think you still have a status in the Ling family? Ling Jiaojiao's mouth did not yield, and her words hit the nail on the head. Ha ha, well said. Some people want to suck up to others with a thick face and complain that others don't suck up to them. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao laughed heartily. But it made Chen Pai's face gloomy like a black fog. Sooner or later you'll cry. Chen Pai gritted his teeth and secretly thought. He could not wait for the feather sacrifice to begin now. The moment the feather sacrifice began was his hunting time. Okay, from here on out, the entire Feather Mountain Range is your wilderness survival site. If you feel that you don't have the ability, just move around the edge. If you feel that you have the ability, go deeper. I only have one request, and that is, after 3 days, bring the demonic beast cores you've hunted and gather here. When scoring, it will be based on the demonic beast cores you've obtained and the survival rate of you martial artists. Do you understand? Lord Lin, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and turned around to say to everyone. This guy always had a straight face when he spoke, as if everyone owed him money. Remember, your every move in this barren mountain will be under our surveillance. The crystal cores of the demonic beasts must be from the demonic beasts you hunt or snatch from the hands of others. If you prepare them in advance and are discovered by us, you will die. Everyone was guessing how these 4 people were going to monitor the 100 or so people. Sir Lin seemed to have read their minds and said, If any of you think you're strong enough to escape our surveillance, you can try. If you get killed, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hearing Master Lin's words, the young boys and girls were all extremely nervous. But at the same time, he relaxed. In that case, if they were in danger, these people would probably save them. Ling Maoyu and Ling Jian increasingly did not believe in Ling Xiao's warning. They increasingly felt that Ling Xiao was simply gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. You are not allowed to have any objections to the rules. All right, let's start climbing the mountain. Lord Lin waved his hand and released a dense murderous aura, scaring many people into hurriedly rushing into the dense forest. However, at that moment, there were mournful screams. Someone was killed by the demonic beasts ambushing in the forest. Because there was such an emergent sacrifice every year, some demonic beasts had also grasped this rule. On this day, a large number of demonic beasts would ambush the martial artists on the path they must pass through and carry out a sneak attack. Don't panic, Qin family people, follow me. Qin Pai was indeed the strongest of the younger generation of the Qin family. In this situation, he was still very calm. Since the demonic beasts have an ambush, it saves us a lot of time. With this order, the Qin family people calmed down and followed Qin Pai, Qin Kun, Qin Xingji, and Qin Du to start a counterattack against the demonic beasts. Ling Maoyu, that stupid woman, also joined the ranks of the Qin family. This caused Ling Jian to be unable to maintain his composure. Ling family children, follow me. But there was no other way. The Qin family had already started hunting demonic beasts. Their Ling family could not fall behind. Ling Jian called out to Ling Yin, and the two led the rest of the children to the other side. Jiao Jiao followed the group. If there are any changes, you can fish in troubled waters. Ling Xiao planned to enter the depths of the Emergence mountain range, so of course, he could not bring Ling Jiao along. Fortunately, there were many people in the Ling family. Ling Xiao felt that even if the Qin family had plans to attack the Ling family, they would not rashly launch an attack. At least Ling Jiao was relatively safe with Ling Jian and the others. I'll listen to you. Ling Jiao nodded and stepped into the dense forest. At this point, only Ling Xiao was still outside. His gaze was coldly cast towards Lord Lin. It made Lord Lin's hair stand. Bastard, why aren't you going in? Lord Lin roared. Before you go in, I want you to help me pass a message to your county governor. I don't care about other people's lives, and I won't stop you from doing whatever you want. But if you dare to hurt someone, he will definitely regret it. After saying that, Ling Xiao scurried into the dense forest without looking back. Lord, that kid seems to have guessed our plan? As soon as Ling Xiao left, a person scurried out of the dense forest and said to Lord Lin. So what if he guessed it? How dare he threaten the county governor? Who does he think he is? Don't worry so much, act according to the original plan. Lord Lin waved his hand. Of course, he would not take Ling Xiao's words to heart. However, Lord Lin might not have thought that this casual way of handling things would cause his family to be destroyed and he would die a tragic death. Sometimes people were like this. When the opportunity to live was right in front of them and they did not cherish it, it would be too late when they turned around and wanted to grab it again. Not to mention them, Ling Xiao had already entered the pitch-black dense forest and was heading deeper. He was not interested in the mission of the Ascension ritual. Whoever won or lost did not have much to do with him. He only wanted to use this opportunity to kill those two bastards, Qin Kun and Qin Pai. However, the Ascension ritual would last for 3 days, and he was not in a hurry. He would wait for those fellows to obtain enough demonic beast crystal cores before he suddenly made his move. At that time, not only would he be able to kill those two fellows, but he would also obtain a large number of demonic beast crystal cores. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and he would be able to obtain a large number of demonic beast crystal cores. Over the next 2 days, he planned to take the opportunity to explore deeper and see if he could find better herbs to help him refine better pills. It would lay a good foundation for him to advance to the Yin-Yang realm. Although he would definitely succeed in advancing to the Yin-Yang realm again, the process was still not that easy and required the help of pills. Chapter 2134. In 2 days, Ling Xiao had gathered a large number of herbs deep in the mountains. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, his mountain river world was big enough to accommodate them. He wasn't sure what kind of pills he would refine in the future. Therefore, the more herbs he had, the better. Moreover, the herbs in the Black Tortoise continent were much better than those in the Divine Phoenix continent. He even wanted to move the entire Feather Mountain range. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so. Isn't that Lord Lin? On the afternoon of the second day, Ling Xiao had already entered deeper into the wilderness than the previous time. To ensure his safety, he used his Taiji eye to carefully observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a figure a few kilometers away. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Lord Lin of the Eight Immortals County. What is this fellow doing here instead of supervising the assessment? Ling Xiao was puzzled, so he sped up and flew forward. After about half a kilometer, his Taiji eye became clearer. A few hundred meters away from Lord Lin, a ferocious demon beast was crouching. This demon beast's strength had reached the peak of the half-step yin-yang realm. This was a true Grotto Heaven Demon King. This demon beast looked like a huge lion, but it was a little strange. This lion's body was black like coal, but its eyes emitted a golden light that made people tremble. Golden-eyed black lion! Ling Xiao remembered that there was such a ferocious creature in the book. According to the book, wherever the golden-eyed black lion appeared, the hell fruit would definitely appear. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the golden-eyed black lion and was overjoyed. There really was a fruit tree about a meter tall there, and there were 4 fruits on the tree that emitted the aura of hell. The fruit looked strange, like a ball of black flame. They looked like they hadn't ripened yet. The hell fruit was good stuff. Directly consuming it could greatly increase a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist's cultivation. The amount of increase depended on the individual's potential. If it was refined into the yin-yang hell pill and directly consumed, it could allow a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist to step into the yin-yang realm without any hindrance. This was definitely a divine pill. No wonder Master Lin was guarding there. It was probably for the hell fruit. However, based on Ling Xiao's understanding of the hell fruit, it would take at least 10 days for it to ripen. Master Lin did not understand these things, which was why he had been guarding this place. Otherwise, as long as the golden-eyed black lion was here, no one would dare to casually pick it. No matter what, help me guard it. Ling Xiao will definitely get the hell fruit. With a sneer, Ling Xiao changed his direction and fled to the other side. After running for about a mile, he suddenly stopped. Your Excellency has been following me for so long. Aren't you afraid of being tired? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at a dense patch of shrubs as he spoke. From the bushes, a cold light suddenly shot out and attacked Ling Xiao. Then, a figure rushed over almost at the same time. Ling Xiao saw it clearly in an instant. It was none other than one of Master Lin's 3 subordinates, a guy whose cultivation had reached Grotto Heaven Realm 9. His face turned cold. He had already warned these bastards not to attack him. This guy actually attacked him directly? In that case, don't blame him. Seeing the cold light fly over, Ling Xiao instantly activated the Hell Dragon seal and entered his Hell Human Dragon form. In that instant, his aura suddenly soared, and his battle strength rose by at least 3 realms. His cultivation was originally at the middle level of the Grotto Heaven realm, which was equivalent to an ordinary warrior's Grotto Heaven realm 6 cultivation. Now that his battle strength had risen by 3 realms, it was equivalent to his opponent's realm. Under such circumstances, he had always been able to crush his opponents. Clang! The cold light was sent flying by Ling Xiao's casual slap. How could the tough dragon claw be so easily pierced? That person seemed to have realized that the situation was not good. He turned around and tried to escape, but suddenly, an ice arrow shot down from the sky. Although it did not pierce through that person, it made that person stagger and his movements become much slower. It was naturally the godly codex that had released the secret ice arrow. Beautiful! Ling Xiao praised. He instantly appeared in front of that person and grabbed his neck with his terrifying dragon claw. Then, he activated his three-leaf demon eyes. Soul capture. He wanted to find out something from this person, but was too lazy to ask. Therefore, he decided to use the three-leaf demon eyes to capture the soul. Why are you following me? Ling Xiao asked. That person's eyes were glazed over as he replied mechanically. Lord Lin ordered me to kill anyone within a 1-mile radius of the hell fruit. I see. Tell me everything you know about the Ascension sacrifice. Ling Xiao said again. The county governor ordered us to assist the younger generation of the Chen family to kill the younger generation of the Ling family. The battle has been going on for a long time, and not many of the younger generation of the Ling family are left. That person answered. What? Ling Xiao had previously predicted that the Chen family would make a move, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. If anything happens to Jiao, I will make your county governor pay with his life. Ling Xiao suddenly exerted force in his hand, and the 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist died on the spot. He was burned to ashes by the black flames. Godly Codex, let's go! Ling Xiao used the meteor steps and shuttled through the dense forest. Godly Codex flew back into Ling Gao's storage ring. Although it was just a small demonstration, Ling Xiao and Godly Codex worked well together. Godly Codex's secret sword attack might not be very powerful, but it could be of great use at critical moments. For Ling Xiao, Godly Codex was a great help at this stage. Godly Codex, as long as you help me sincerely, I will definitely help you break the seal and reconstruct your physical body. Ling Xiao was a very simple person. He would treat anyone who treated him well. If the Ling family had treated him slightly better, he would have repaid them generously. Unfortunately, they did not. The Ling family had completely disappointed him. He was not going to save others. He was going purely for Ling Jiujia. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and could clearly see the situation a few miles ahead. In addition to that person's guidance, he did not want to go in the wrong direction. As for why the Qin family would join forces with the county governor of the 8 Immortals County to eliminate the Ling family, he did not know. He did not want to know. Because to him, it did not matter much. His figure streaked through the forest like a meteor. Many corpses began to appear on the ground. Most of them were from the Ling family. Occasionally, 1 or 2 corpses of the Qin family's disciples would appear. After all, the Ling family's martial artists were not to be trifled with. Ling Jian, Ling Jiajiao, and Ling Yan were not to be trifled with. There were people there. About 5 to 6 miles away, Ling Xiao saw a few people surrounded by the Qin family. However, the aura was too chaotic, and he could not see who was there. Chapter 2135. At this time, in the place Ling Xiao just saw, Ling Jian, Ling Maoyu, and Ling Yan were all covered in blood. Anger and confusion could be seen on the faces of the 3 men. Especially Ling Maoyu. He questioned Chen Kun more than once. Why? Why is this happening? Brother Kun, we are going to get married. We once swore that we would be together forever. Why are you doing this to me? It seems that Ling Xiao was right. These dogs of the Qin family really want to kill all of us. Ling Jian gritted his teeth and said, I really regret it. If I had listened to Ling Xiao and paid attention, I wouldn't have been attacked so miserably. The Chen family's killing of the Ling family started suddenly. When they entered the dense forest, Qin Pai also said that the 2 families should make a gentleman's agreement not to attack each other. At that time, they would only compete on who hunted more monsters, not to kill each other. But in an instant, Qin Pai's face changed. Everyone in the Qin family changed their faces and launched a bloody massacre of the Ling family. When all this happened, most of the Ling family did not react at all. Therefore, only the stronger Ling Jian, Ling Yan, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Maoyu survived to the second day. The rest were all dead. More than 70 people, they were all the future of the Ling family, but they were all killed. This blow was really too heavy. Ling Maoyu still shook his head, as if he did not believe the reality in front of him. Or rather, he did not dare to face it. Why don't we ask Ling Xiao for help? Ling Yan said. As a reincarnated martial artist, Ling Yan naturally showed calmness and composure that did not match his age. At this time, only Ling Xiao could save them. Forget it. If he comes, he will just die. Besides, we offended him so badly before. Do you think he will still come? Ling Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Yan was also silent. All along, he was very clear about how the Ling family treated Ling Xiao. Now that he was in trouble and wanted Ling Xiao to help, how could Ling Xiao help? Besides, how could Ling Xiao be a match for the dozens of people around him? Don't forget that Chen Kun, an expert at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm, was among them. He suddenly didn't want Ling Xiao to come. Perhaps Ling Xiao was still alive and could avenge them. But now that he was here, there was nothing left. Idiot woman, haven't you heard? A real man doesn't care about trifles. You're just a woman. How could I give up the family's matters for you? Kill them! Chen Kun waved his hand. The 3 people in the encirclement had been surrounded for nearly 2 hours. Although they were stubbornly resisting, it was almost time to reel in the net. After finishing the important matters here, they still had to return to Yuhua Town to celebrate with the adults of the Chen family. Despair. True despair. Ling Jian, Ling Moyu, and Ling Yan all revealed looks of despair that they had never had before. Chen Kun, I'm a disciple of the 7-Star Sword Palace. Moyu is a disciple of the Ling Long Palace. If you dare to kill us, the 7-Star Sword Palace and the Ling Long Palace won't let this go. Ling Jian roared. Ha ha ha, do you really think that those 2 major forces will go to war for 2 mere outer court disciples? No way, you 2 really think too highly of yourselves. Besides, don't forget that this is the Yuhua mountain range. You were all killed by demonic beasts. What does it have to do with our Chen family? Chen Kun laughed wantonly. Today's plan was really too perfect. Do you think that the adults of our Ling family will believe? Only you guys are fine, but we're all dead? Ling Jian said coldly. To tell you the truth, they won't live past today. Didn't you notice that even if we killed you guys crazily, the judges didn't stop us? Chen Kun said these words and felt his mood become much better. No, it should be said that it was great. Especially when he saw the other party's expression as if they had seen a ghost, he became excited. At this time, the Chen family's disciples began their attack again. Ling Jian, Ling Moyu, and Ling Yan's resistance became weaker and weaker. On one hand, it was because they were really too tired. On the other hand, it was because their hearts were dead. If even the 8 Immortals County's county chief was scheming against them and wanted them to die, could they still survive? Impossible. Oh my, where's the energy you used to bully me? Why are you so embarrassed today? Suddenly, a contemptuous voice came from the treetops, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw Ling Xiao standing on a branch, indifferently looking at everything that was happening below. He didn't make a move because Ling Jian and Ling Moyu were not worthy of his saving. Ling Yan didn't bully him, but it had nothing to do with him. Don't mock us at this time. We admit that you're right. The Chen family is indeed going to make a move. Hurry up and run. If you can escape, it'll count. Someone must tell the Chen family's doings. Ling Jian saw Ling Xiao and suddenly shouted. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to save them. Although they didn't bully Ling Xiao, they did have the intention to kill Ling Xiao. It was unrealistic to expect Ling Xiao to save them. Plus, with Ling Xiao's strength, how could it be worth watching? It was better not to make a move. Escape? Since he has delivered himself to the door, do you think he can still escape? Chen Kun saw Ling Xiao and instantly released an astonishing killing intent. That day in Yuhua Town, if it wasn't for the county chief's sudden appearance, you would have been dead. It's your good fortune to be able to live until today, but everything ends here. Xindian, go find Ling Jiaojiao. Inform me immediately after you find her. Anyway, Ling Xiao didn't know where Ling Jiaojiao was at this time. He planned to deal with Chen Kun first. Yes. Xindian came out of the storage ring and flew away. The secret sword was recognized by Ling Moyu and Chen Kun at the same time. So it's you, Ling Moyu said in surprise. So it's you, kid. It seems that we have to settle the old and new grudges together today. Qin Kun became even angrier. His killing intent was incomparably dense. Yes, I was the one who took the sword. So what if you know? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and jumped down from the tree into the encirclement. Remember what I said a few days ago. Are you going to ask me for help now? Ling Xiao looked back at Ling Jian and Ling Moyu and sneered. Both of their faces were very ugly. Their faces were burning uncomfortably. They didn't expect that the words of that day would become a reality. You go quickly. You can't save us. Ling Jian sighed. Don't try to act all high and mighty. How can you possibly save us? Ling Moyu also said. Brother Ling Xiao, I, Ling Yan, only asked you to help me take revenge. This is my token before reincarnation. Take it. It will be good for you in the future. Ling Yan took out something from the storage ring. It looked like a jade tablet. Chapter 2136. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Jian, Ling Moyu, and Ling Yan did not believe him. But he wanted these three people to kneel down and beg him. Even if he saved them and then let them perish on their own, not for anything else, just to trample on their dignity. Just like how these guys treated him in the past. So he had to do something. Let these three people believe that he had the ability to save people. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you're really a failure. Others don't believe in your strength. You might as well kill yourself. Qin Kun laughed, and did not make a move. Perhaps from his point of view, Ling Xiao was not even comparable to the three people who were surrounded. Killing Ling Xiao was as easy as it could get. Brother, don't kill him later. We have to avenge ourselves. Chen Xingji stared at Ling Xiao and said. Yes, brother, I'm going to skin this kid alive. Qindu also said loudly. Don't worry, I'll be merciful. I won't let him die so easily. Qin Kun showed a ferocious expression and said with a smile. This kid dared to steal my things. I must torture him and make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, so that you too can vent your anger. That's great, brother. Chen Xingji and Qindu knew that they were not Ling Xiao's opponents, but with Qin Kun here, they had nothing to be afraid of. What's more, except for the 6 or 7 people who died and the dozen people who followed Chen Pai to search for Ling Jiaojiao, the rest were all here. With so many people, they really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could overturn the sky. Ling Xiao kept his Tai Chi eye open and saw the answer he wanted from Chen Xingji and Qindu's eyes. Ling Jiaojiao had not been caught yet, which made him relieved. He hoped that the divine grimoire could find Ling Jiaojiao first. Otherwise, Ling Jiaojiao was not Chen Pai's opponent. Forget it, don't think so much. Let's solve the matter in front of us first. Anyway, it had to be solved eventually. Moreover, Ling Jiaojiao had the alchemy formation stone that he gave her. Even if she was found, she would be safe. Qin Kun, what's the point of you blabbering so much? Why don't you try and see if my sword or your saber is stronger? Ling Xiao immediately summoned his iron sword and pointed it at Qin Kun. A frenzied energy surged within his body. Even without using the diabolical dragon seal, Ling Xiao was still confident that he could easily defeat Qin Kun, who was at the 8th paradise realm. Before he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he could already defeat opponents 3 levels higher than him. Now, every time he advanced a level, he was stronger than before. Qin Kun's cultivation was only 2 levels higher than his, so he could easily kill him. There was no need for him to use the seal of eternal life. He only needed the falling star sword to solve the problem. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant even at death's door. Let me tell you the truth. Today, the prefectural governor has invited the Chen and Ling families to a banquet at Yuhua restaurant. Everyone from your Ling family will die. From today onwards, the Ling clan will be completely removed from Yuhua town. Qin Kun roared with laughter as he drew his battle saber. A powerful aura enveloped the battle saber, as though he was going to cripple Ling Xiao. He would then hand him over to his younger brother and sister to be tortured to death. Why is the prefectural governor doing this? Ling Jian could not help but ask. I'm not sure. The prefectural governor probably saw that your Ling family had thoughts of rebellion. Chen Kun smiled and said, "However, what's the point of knowing? You can't change anything. You sure talk a lot of nonsense." Ling Xiao was different from Ling Jian. He had no interest in knowing why the prefectural governor wanted to deal with the Ling family. He only knew that Chen Kun had to die today. After killing this trash, he still had to find Ling Jiaojiao. The moment he said that, Ling Xiao shook the iron sword in his hand. It streaked across the void with a flash of starlight. 7 stars annihilation sword. The starlight was resplendent before it was destroyed. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the entire area was filled with this terrifying starry sword chi. Kill! Ling Zhao's voice echoed in the void. Chen Kun finally revealed a horrified expression. He could not block it. It was too fast. Too strong. Stop! A roar came from somewhere. Others did not see it, but Ling Xiao saw it. It was one of Lord Lin's subordinates. When the Ling family's disciples were killed, he did not appear. However, when he was about to kill Chen Kun, this person suddenly appeared. "However, do you think I'll stop just because you asked me to?" Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. The iron sword slashed across Chen Kun's neck. A big head fell to the ground instantly. When the head fell to the ground, Chen Kun's eyes were still wide open and his mouth was agape. It was as if he could not believe that he would die in the hands of Ling Xiao. "Now, do you believe in my strength?" He withdrew his sword and returned to his original position. Ling Xiao asked contemptuously. At this moment, Ling Jian, Ling Moyu, and Ling Yan were in a trance, frightened and excited. "I beg you, please save us." Ling Jian was the first to kneel down and shouted, "Brother Ling Xiao, save me, save me. I was wrong before. I looked down on you, but I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Ling Moyu was the second to kneel down. Only Ling Yan did not kneel. Ling Yan looked at Ling Xiao and smiled bitterly. "Your strength really surprised me. However, I, Ling Yan, was also a character before I entered the world of reincarnation. It's impossible for me to kneel down and ask you for help. However, if you can save me, I, Ling Yan, will serve you for the rest of my life." "You're not bad." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yan and nodded. He valued people who could uphold their dignity, and not kneel in the face of life and death. Moreover, he really needed such a helper in the Black Tortoise continent. "You'll follow me in the future. As for the two of you, I won't kill you, but I can't save you either. I've already killed Chen Kun. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Jian and Ling Moyu indifferently, then grabbed Ling Yan's clothes and jumped out of the encirclement. "They won't survive." Lin Daren's men chased after them. The rest of the Chen family crazily attacked Ling Jian and Ling Moyu. Although it was Ling Xiao who killed Chen Kun, those people were not Ling Xiao's opponents. With this person dealing with Ling Xiao, they naturally vented all their hatred on those two people. "Whether they live or not, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not the one who wants to kill them." Ling Xiao looked at Lin Daren's men. "Well, for the time being, he'll call them Number 2 man. Number 1 man had been killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let go of Number 2 man. Because when Ling Xiao entered the Yuhua mountain range, he had already warned Lin Daren that if they dared to make a move on him and Ling Jiaojiao, he would make these people pay the price. Since these people didn't listen, he didn't mind sending them to the Western Paradise. "Ling Yan, eat this and recover as soon as possible. Then go and kill Chen Xingji and Chen Du for me. They are really not worthy of me personally killing them." Ling Xiao casually handed a medicinal pill to Ling Yan. "Understood." Chapter 2137. To think that you still have the time to care about others. After killing Chen Kun, you can only pay with your life. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to Lord Lin and the Ascendant King. The second subordinate looked at Ling Xiao coldly. "Make your move. I hope that you're different from Chen Kun. Not only do you know how to talk nonsense, but you also have true abilities," Ling Xiao said indifferently. To be honest, if he were to fight this person face to face without the divine grimoire, it would take him quite some time to kill this person. However, he only wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he had to make a move to gain the upper hand. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent didn't understand his strength, he would suddenly burst out and kill him. Alright, then you can go to hell. Sure enough, number 2 did not waste any more words and directly attacked Ling Xiao. The terrifying aura of a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert burst out. The surrounding withered branches and leaves danced wildly as though a strong tornado had been set off. If an ordinary 6th Grotto Heaven Realm expert were to encounter this aura, they would definitely be frightened and wouldn't even be able to move their legs. However, Ling Xiao was still standing there. He even kept his metal sword, as though he wasn't planning to make a move. Humph, in the face of absolute strength, any tricks are useless. I'm really surprised that you could kill Qin Kun. However, against me, you don't stand a chance. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He had already released the Hell Dragon seal in his body. His inner strength had completely transformed into the dark purple Hell Dragon fire. It was roaring and rolling in his body. However, he was suppressing it and hadn't released it yet. This kind of terrifying aura was truly terrifying. As for the aura released by the second subordinate, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Tricks, huh? Since you've seen through it, I can only fight it out. 8 swords. Star River explosion. The metal sword that had been kept suddenly appeared again. Then, Ling Xiao brandished the sword and pierced it forward. It was as though a star river had exploded in a small area, producing an extremely terrifying force. Number 2's subordinate's lips curled into a sneer. You want to block my attack with just this? Boom! The sword she exploded and collided with the second subordinate's fists. The second subordinate didn't retreat, but Ling Xiao took a few steps back. Die! Number 2 continued to attack, but he was still very careful because he was afraid that this cunning brat still had other tricks up his sleeve. 9 swords. Universe break. While retreating, Ling Xiao stomped his feet on the ground and suddenly jumped up, thrusting out his sword. An even more terrifying power erupted. It was actually much stronger than before. Number 2's fist was pierced by the sword, and he was knocked back several steps. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, this is all you have. Number 2 laughed and said, But it's too early for you to be proud. I was just testing you. F*CK, he's still not dead? He escaped. Ling Xiao turned around and ran at an extremely fast speed. Where do you think you're going? Number 2 was even faster. Ling Yan was currently recuperating, and upon seeing this scene, he became a little anxious. Although the effects of the pill were not bad, the time was too short, and it was impossible for him to recover. However, this guy actually stood up and blocked in front of Number 2's subordinate. I, Ling Yan, will never regret what I said. He saved my life, and I will repay him with my life. Ling Xiao, run! Ling Yan let out a loud roar and released all of his aura. The shadow of a mountain appeared behind him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was too far away from Number 2's strength. He couldn't block it, and could only delay it. Ling Xiao looked back, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had 2 purposes for this series of actions. One was to let Number 2's subordinate look down on him, and think that he had done his best. Then, he could suddenly attack and kill him. The other purpose was to test Ling Yan. If Ling Yan didn't save him, then he would naturally abandon Ling Yan. On the contrary, he would treat Ling Yan as a brother. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to end everything. Ling Yan closed his eyes. Dying in the hands of such a master was better than dying in the hands of that bastard Chen Zhao. A violent force rushed toward him, and he could even feel blood dripping from his skin. However, all of a sudden, the energy disappeared with a loud bang. Ling Yan opened his eyes in confusion, but what he saw shocked him. Number 2's subordinate was lying on the ground, motionless. Ling Xiao was standing on top of him, and the pitch-black flames were burning the body of number two's subordinate that had already been killed. "What are you waiting for? Don't you believe what you see?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "No, it's too shocking. How can your strength be so strong?" Ling Xiao was also a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation stage. Wasn't Ling Xiao's improvement a little too fast? It was completely beyond common sense. "There's no need to be shocked. I was just giving you a small test. Although that healing pill is real, its quality is not good. Take this healing pill and use it. There's also a Qi eruption pill. It can double your fighting strength for an hour. I'll leave the Chen family to you. I'm going to find Ling Jiaojiao." Ling Xiao casually threw 2 pills to Ling Yan. How could he not trust someone who could save him with his life in a critical moment? Ling Yan was a friend worth making. Then, Ling Xiao turned and left. Ling Yan stared blankly at the direction where Ling Xiao disappeared, and his heart was filled with complex feelings. If he had made the wrong choice, then he would probably be a corpse now. Fortunately, he didn't forget his principles before reincarnating at the critical moment. He looked at the 2 pills that Ling Xiao gave him and swallowed them together. Damn the Chen family. Since I, Ling Yan, have kept my life, you don't have to live anymore. He was a reincarnated warrior and a powerful warrior who had killed many people. Today, he almost died in the hands of a group of children. It was obvious how angry he was. Now that there was a chance for revenge, how could he give it up? What awaited those Chen family members was a bloody massacre. Let's not talk about Ling Yan. After Ling Xiao killed the second subordinate, he started to look for the third subordinate. He believed that the third subordinate must be with Chen Pai. Among these 3 people, one followed Master Lin, one was responsible for protecting Chen Kun, and the last one was responsible for protecting Chen Pai. However, he didn't see the figure of the third subordinate within the range of his Tai Chi eye. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a possibility. Could Ling Jiaojiao have escaped? Therefore, he changed his direction and chased after Yuhua Town. About 7 or 8 minutes later, he saw a battle in progress on a mountain road about 1 mile away from Yuhua Town. Ling Jiaojiao was being played by Chen Pai. Chen Pai could have killed Ling Jiaojiao, but he deliberately didn't. He only played and tortured Ling Jiaojiao to his heart's content. Chapter 2138. Perhaps Ling Jiaojiao's recent increase in strength made Chen Pai realize the benefits of Ling Jiaojiao and fall for her. Or perhaps Chen Pai had fantasized about Ling Jiaojiao before, but Ling Jiaojiao ignored him. Regardless of the reason, Chen Pai now had a chance to get Ling Jiaojiao. How could he give it up so easily? "Master, I found Ling Jiaojiao and Chen Pai. What should I do?" At this moment, Shen Dian also sent a message. Because the secret sword contained a trace of Ling Xiao's soul power, as long as Shen Dian wanted to talk to Ling Xiao, she could do so as long as they weren't too far apart. "Go and help immediately. Keep Chen Pai busy and don't let him continue to torture Jiaojiao. I'll take care of subordinate number 3 first." Ling Xiao found that subordinate number 3 was hiding less than 200 meters away from Chen Pai, watching the show. He was even eating sunflower seeds while watching. He planned to take care of this guy first. Otherwise, facing 2 Ninth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists at the same time, even he couldn't handle it. "Got it!" Shen Dian received Ling Xiao's order and immediately joined the battle between Chen Pai and Ling Jiaojiao. Although her participation couldn't completely reverse Ling Jiaojiao's defeat, it could at least make Chen Pai uncomfortable for a while. That would create an opportunity for Ling Xiao to kill Master Lin's subordinate number 3. The fastest, the safest way to kill was, of course, assassination. Ling Xiao quietly approached subordinate number 3. At this moment, subordinate number 3 was watching Chen Pai's battle. Shen Dian's appearance clearly attracted his attention. A sword that could fly and attack on its own was definitely not ordinary. "If I bring this sword back and give it to the county governor, I'll definitely receive great benefits." Subordinate number 3 was fantasizing about a beautiful future. His thoughts had already flown to a certain moment in the future. He completely didn't notice that a black shadow was speeding towards him. HM? A trace of killing intent suddenly came from behind subordinate number 3. In that instant, subordinate number 3's body trembled. He didn't turn around and quickly rushed forward. He hoped to use his speed to dodge this sneak attack. He didn't know who the attacker was. But as long as he dodged this attack, he would definitely tear Jiahui into pieces. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, the sharp claws still pierced his heart. It was burning and unbearable pain. He wanted to scream, but he found that his throat had been burned by the black flames. He couldn't make a sound. At the moment before he died, he looked back. In the haze, he saw the appearance of a monster. Done! Ling Xiao took a deep breath and removed the transformation of the infernal dragon. This was the Jiao's inner strength used. This was the fundamental reason why he didn't want to keep fighting in this state. Ling Xiao tossed the Grotto Heaven Essence energy pill into his mouth. While recovering, he looked at the battlefield not far away. In these short few minutes was in the battle, she was in the end was ins in the battle. In S. At Jiao's Lin. Used this time. A of it AA, was in it. Formation? I didn't expect the Ling family to have this kind of formation stone. That's surprising. But do you really think I can't do anything? Chenpai was stunned for a moment before he took out a thunderclap thunder fireball. The Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the Black Tortoise continent had it. The Black Tortoise continent's Thunderbolt fire bullet contained the power of thunder and fire. The thing in Chenpai's hand should be able to kill a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist without any problem. However, he took it out and prepared to use it to deal with the formation protecting Ling Jiaojiao. When you see this thing, you should understand, right? Once I use it, your formation will break, and even you will be blasted to death. Chenpai sneered. Listen to me. Follow me. I'll make you the daughter-in-law of the Chen family. You'll enjoy a lot of wealth. No one will dare to look down on you. If you want to fight, then fight. I, Ling Jiao, would rather die than marry someone like you. I hate being forced, Ling Jiao said coldly. Chenpai's expression was incomparably gloomy. Idiot, only 4 of the Ling family's disciples who participated in the ascension ceremony are left. Ling Jian, Ling Mayu and Ling Yan are already heavily surrounded. They're probably dead by now. And those adult martial artists of the Ling family. Since the prefectural governor has decided to deal with them, he won't let them live. Do you really think there's anyone who can save you? The life and death of the Ling family has nothing to do with me. I only care about Ling Xiao. How is he? Before coming to the ascension ceremony, Ling Jiao had already done what she should do. She informed the higher-ups of the Ling family and her sisters and brothers that the Qin family would harm the Ling family. She had already done all she could for this family that did not have any human feelings. What's more, her mother was killed by her father. She really didn't have any feelings for that man. Perhaps she would be happy if that guy died. The only thing she was worried about was Ling Xiao. She wondered how Ling Xiao was doing. Ling Xiao? What do you think? Even if he has made progress during this time, he's no match for me and Brother Ben. Plus, there are hundreds of disciples of the Chen family. Do you think he can leave here alive? Chenpai sneered. Accept your fate. You either follow me or die here. You have no other choice. Die, my ass! Ling Xiao won't die. You idiot, you should be worried about your brothers and sisters. Maybe they've been killed by my master. Xin Dian suddenly scolded. You can talk? Ling Jiao was stunned and asked hurriedly. Of course I can. Master asked me to find you. Xin Dian explained. Don't listen to that idiot's nonsense. With my master's current strength, even 10 of him are no match for him. Her words were obviously exaggerated. But since they were all bragging, who was afraid of who? Great. As long as he's not dead, I'm relieved. He's the only one who's really good to me. Ling Jiao's nervous and angry expression was swept away and replaced by an excited smile. Bitch! Do you like that trash that much? Well, I'll destroy you now and then kill him. I'll let you reunite in the underworld. Chinpai was annoyed. Completely annoyed. No one had ever dared to despise him like this. She actually missed another man in front of him. He couldn't stand such contempt and provocation. He didn't want this woman anymore. He would destroy what he couldn't have. The thunderbolt fireball in his hand was released. Chapter 2139. Even Chinpai didn't notice that at the moment when the thunderclap thunderfire bullet exploded, a figure had rushed into the explosion. Ha 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 ha, B*TCH, you deserve it! Who told you to choose that trash instead of me? Looking at the billowing flames burning there, Chinpai laughed excitedly. Although he was unhappy that he didn't get Ling Jiaojiao, destroying this woman with his own hands could be considered as revenge. Why is that idiot laughing by himself? I don't know. He probably lost his mind. The Chen family is a bunch of lunatics. The sudden conversation scared Chinpai, who was laughing wildly, to the point that his hair stood on end. This shock was no small matter. He hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the conversation, only to see that about 100 meters away from him, Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and the sword all appeared there safe and sound. And the one who spoke was Ling Xiao and the sword. Ling Xiao! Chinpai was also shocked when he saw Ling Xiao, but soon after, he revealed a sinister smile. You didn't take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell. To be honest, I was afraid that you would escape, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Good, very good, I'll take care of you bastards together. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and said, Run! Run as far as you can. The Ling clan is finished. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. You can't fight against the entire Chen clan alone. Ling Jiaojiao was really touched that Ling Xiao came to save her, but at the same time, she was also full of anxiety. She didn't want Ling Xiao to die here because of her. The opponent was Chinpai, a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. Ling Xiao was definitely not his opponent. Don't worry, just leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao gently touched Ling Jiaojiao's head and said, Although I'm a reincarnated warrior, you're also my sister. How can a brother not come to save his sister when she's in danger? How disgusting. Both of you will die here today, you adulterous couple. No, this doesn't seem exciting enough. Why don't Ling Jiaojiao and I perform a man's favorite act in front of you? When Chinpai saw that Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao's relationship was so good, he became even angrier. Under his rage, he said some beastly words. Originally, I just wanted to kill you and forget about it. But now, I feel that just killing you isn't enough. I'm going to castrate you and then kill you. I'm going to make you a dead eunuch in hell. Ling Xiao was also angry. Chinpai's words made him very angry. Seeing that Ling Xiao had no intention of leaving, Ling Jiaojiao suddenly took out a dagger and placed it against her neck. Go! Hurry up and leave, Ling Xiao, I beg you. I don't want both of us to die here. Pa! Ling Xiao suddenly flicked his finger, and the dagger in Ling Jiaojiao's hand flew away. He said very seriously, My good sister, I didn't come here today to die with you. In the time I was in the Ling family, you were the one who treated me the best. How could I bear to let you die? Just wait and see how I deal with this beast in human clothing. Xindian, help me take care of Sister Jiaojiao. Yes, master. Xindian responded and flew to Ling Jiaojiao's side. The script isn't right, Chinpai suddenly said sarcastically. Shouldn't you be the one crying bitterly and running away reluctantly? Then, that bitch will kill herself in front of me? Isn't that how it's played in movies? Could it be that your brain was damaged by something and you don't even know how to run away? Run away? Who do you think you are? Is it worth it for me to run away? Ling Xiao looked at Chinpai disdainfully and said, You're also a reincarnation realm martial artist, right? You're indeed stronger than me with your high Grotto Heaven realm cultivation. But if you think you can scare me away like this, then you're a little too laughable, Chinpai said proudly. That's right, I'm a reincarnation realm martial artist, and I'm the #1 genius of Ascension Town. I'm a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. Legend? If you're a legend, then I'll break this legend today and turn you into a joke. As Ling Xiao spoke, black flames surged in his body. The Hell Dragon seal had been activated. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Chen Pai. In fact, this guy's strength was even more terrifying than Lord Lin's 3 subordinates. He was even stronger than Lord Lin. Lord Lin was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but Chen Pai was a High Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. After entering the cycle of reincarnation, every time Xiao Chen advanced the cultivation realm, he would gain an improvement in all aspects, surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, Chen Pai was definitely stronger than Lord Lin, unless Lord Lin was hiding his strength. After all, this was the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao realized that there were many secret techniques to hide one's strength. Qin Kun had hidden it from him previously. Ha 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 ha, I seem to have heard the biggest joke in the world. You want to hurt me? Chen Pai laughed impudently. Obviously, he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Then give it a try. Boom! A terrifying aura rushed out of Ling Xiao's body, and the dense leaves above his head were suddenly blown to the side. Although Ling Xiao's entire body hadn't entered the Hell Human Dragon form, he was already enveloped by the black-purple Hell Dragon fire. Ling Jiaojiao looked at this scene nervously, and her heart gradually calmed down. Because she was too excited and worried about Ling Xiao, she had lost her mind. She felt that Ling Xiao was definitely not a match for Chen Pai. After all, Chen Pai was a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. When he was only 12 years old, he had once killed a famous bandit who broke into Ascension Town. The strength of that famous bandit was already at the 4th Grotto Heaven realm at that time. Other than the adult martial artists of the Chen and Ling families, no one in the younger generation could be a match for that guy. However, that guy was killed by Chen Pai. Although no one saw the scene of the battle, when people found the bandit's corpse, Chen Pai was standing there, holding a blade, and his body was covered in the bandit's blood. From then on, Chen Pai became a legend of Ascension Town. Originally, most people thought so. But there was a little girl who told her father a shocking thing. That was, Chen Pai was in cahoots with that famous bandit. Or to be more precise, before Chen Pai reincarnated, he was the leader of that famous bandit. Their group was a very terrifying group of bandits that roamed the Qin country. They killed people without batting an eyelid. And these things were all heard by the little girl from Chen Pai. Chen Pai told that famous bandit that he had helped him gain the trust and nurture of the Qin family. Then, he suddenly attacked and stabbed that bandit to death. Before that famous bandit died, he looked at Chen Pai in disbelief. He said, "Boss, you used me." Chapter 2140. Her father's punishment silenced the little girl out of fear. From then on, the little girl never revealed a word about what she saw about Chen Pai. This little girl was Ling Jiaojiao. The little girl had grown up, but she hadn't forgotten that incident. She wanted Ling Xiao to escape not only because she was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't be Chen Pai's match, but also because she was worried that Ling Xiao would offend the bandit gang behind Chen Pai. But now, she couldn't stop this battle. She knew Ling Gao's temper. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Even if Chen Pai died, no one would find out about Ling Xiao for a while. Ling Xiao could take this opportunity to escape and conceal his identity. Everyone thought that you, Ling Xiao, were just a martial artist who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. Who would have thought that you had already cultivated to the middle stage of the Grotto Heaven realm? But do you really think that you can win against me with your cultivation? When Chen Pai saw the terrifying flames that were being released from Ling Xiao's body, he could also determine Ling Xiao's current cultivation level. Although he was a little surprised, he felt more relieved. Ling Xiao wasn't bad, but that was it. How would I know if I don't try? I, Ling Xiao, liked to challenge stronger enemies before I reincarnated. Now I'm no exception. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He admitted that Chen Pai was strong, but not strong enough to make him feel despair. He wasn't even qualified to use his previous moves. He could take Chenpai's head with the newly learned falling star sword technique and seal of eternal life. You're good at talking, but it's useless. I wanted to keep you alive to torture you, but I changed my mind. You're too talented. You'll be a problem if I keep you alive. I'm going to kill you. Go and die now. Black Serpent Devil Saber, Snake Swallows Elephant. Chenpai had cultivated the Black Serpent Devil Saber, an intermediate jade rank martial art of the Black Serpent Devil sect. And Snake Swallows Elephant was the most powerful move of the Black Serpent Devil Blade. The black snake danced wildly. As the demonic saber's saber chi breathed in and out, it was as if it was going to swallow the entire world. The surrounding dead branches and leaves were blown up by the strong wind. The terrifying black saber chi was like a huge black snake that covered the sky. In the distance, Ling Jiaojiao's beautiful face turned pale. She was so scared that her whole body trembled. If Chenpai had used such a move to deal with her, she would have died long ago. But Ling Zhao's expression did not change in the face of this powerful move. Rumble! Another terrifying aura rushed out. In that instant, Ling Xiao became ferocious and cold. The infernal dragon seal had been activated, and the infernal human dragon form had been activated. Facing Chenpai, with Ling Zhao's current cultivation base, it was necessary for him to activate the hell human dragon form. Otherwise, even if he could defeat his opponent, he would be seriously injured. Ling Xiao did not have the habit of harming himself. What? Chenpai was stunned, frightened by Ling Zhao's ferocious appearance. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like the son of the dragon god that walked out of hell. He looked so majestic and domineering. Dharma Seal, Universe Strike! The Heaven and Earth Strike was a technique he had comprehended from Neza's visualization. In the investiture of the gods, Neza had a very powerful Dharma treasure, the Universe Ring. When the Universe Ring was thrown out, it was as terrifying as a collision between heaven and earth. Although Ling Zhao's current cultivation base was not enough to unleash its full power, it was definitely not something that Chenpai could resist. Chenpai thought that Ling Xiao only knew the falling star sword technique, so he thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao with the more powerful Black Serpent Devil Saber. But he never would have thought that the martial arts that Ling Xiao grasped was not only the falling star sword art. This new move was many times more powerful than the falling star sword technique. In that instant, what Chenpai thought of was not to resist, but to escape. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. How could he still have the chance to escape? He could only condense all of his essence energy on the long saber in his hand, attempting to block Ling Zhao's universe strike. But sadly, it was useless. Under the universe strike, Chenpai was directly blasted flying. His physical body was not even complete. He only had one breath left to struggle at death's door. How is this possible? Ling Jiaozhou was stunned. Even the divine canon felt somewhat shocked. Ling Xiao was actually so powerful. This was what they did not expect. Ling Zhao's attack actually directly beat Chenpai into such a wretched state. It was virtually an instant kill. Chenpai was even more in disbelief. His eyes were filled with horror and shock. He thought of many endings. Each ending was how Ling Xiao died tragically, how he was tortured. But in the end, the real tragedy was not Ling Xiao, but him. What martial art is this? This is not the Ling family's family martial art. You actually dared to use a martial art from before reincarnating. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? Chenpai roared loudly. Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at Chenpai with disdain, then walked forward and suddenly waved the iron sword in his hand. Ah! Chenpai, who was already at his last breath, let out a desperate scream. He felt a chill down below, then an intense piercing pain. Something seemed to have left his body, bidding farewell to him forever. I said before you die, you will become a eunuch first. Ling Xiao said with an evil smile. You touched my sister, I will touch your brother. Ling Jiaojiao frowned. She wanted to say something, but held back. In the end, she still maintained her kind nature. Seeing Qin Pai's miserable appearance, she actually could not bear to see it. But thinking of Qin Pai's behavior just now, she hardened her heart. To pity such a person, it was better to pity a dog. Kill me, kill me! Qin Pai yelled painfully. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Pai indifferently, then turned to Ling Jiaojiao and said, Sister Jiaojiao, although I like your kindness, this world is not good enough. But in this world, kindness is not enough. You must learn to be cruel. In the future, you will be the head of the Ling family. You must learn to kill decisively. This guy, I will leave it to you to deal with. If possible, Ling Xiao really did not want Ling Jiaojiao to change her nature. But obviously, this was not possible. Because he would not stay in Yuhua town forever. If Ling Jiaojiao did not dare to kill an enemy, then she would be killed by others sooner or later. So Ling Jiaojiao must change. Kindness could be preserved, but kindness did not mean weakness and a saint's disease. When it was time to kill, she still had to kill. Ling Jiaojiao's eyes had a look of struggle. She held the sword and walked to Qin Pai's front. Finally, she clenched her teeth and finally stabbed the sword. Qin Pai's eyes widened, and he completely lost his breath. Perhaps until the moment of his death, he did not dare to believe that he would die in the hands of Ling Jiaojiao. Ugh! After killing Qin Pai, Ling Jiaojiao hurriedly ran to the side and vomited. It was really surprising. Living in this world, this was actually the first time Ling Jiaojiao killed someone. Chapter 2141. Looking at Ling Jiaojiao vomiting there, Ling Xiao sighed. No one was qualified to live in a greenhouse. The entire mystic world was filled with the same atmosphere: either you die, or I live. Ling Xiao stood aside, turned his head, and looked at the scenery in the distance. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao needed to be strong. It was useless for others to help her. After a long time, Ling Jiaojiao took out water from the storage ring to rinse her mouth, and then asked, Ling Xiao, you just said that I will become the patriarch of the Ling family? What's going on? Ling Yuhua, that old bastard, only cares about benefits and not emotions. This kind of person can never unite a family. Ling Tianxiong, Ling Tianying, and the others are too cruel and ruthless, but not kind enough. If a family wants to rise, it's not enough to be cruel and cold. It needs emotions to unite everyone. So only you, Sister Jiaojiao, are qualified to lead this family to become strong again. Ling Xiao explained. Actually, you don't want to see the Ling family destroyed, right? You and I are different. You and the Ling family are like blood, and I'm just the son of an adopted son. But I'm not strong enough, Ling Jiaojiao said. Strength is not a problem. With me here, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the yin-yang realm. During this time, I'll let that old bastard Ling Yuhua assist you, Ling Xiao said with a smile. You mean you want to go save them? Is it too late? Ling Jiaojiao asked. Of course it's too late, Ling Xiao said. I believe that the 8 Immortals County's county governor is targeting the Ling family not just to make the Qin family the master of Yuhua town. There should be other reasons. Before they achieve their goal, they won't kill everyone in the Ling family. Well, someone will definitely be killed. It's inevitable. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ling Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. Okay, let's wait for one more person, and then we'll go together. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. A figure was rushing over. Boss Xiao, it's done, but Ling Jian and Ling Moyu were killed. Ling Yan dashed out of the forest, and threw the heads of Qin Xingji and Qin Du on the ground. There were also a few storage rings that contained a large number of demon beast cores, which were obtained by the young disciples of the Ling family and the Qin family in the past 2 days. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded and placed all the demonic beast cores and the storage rings into his mountain river world. These things were enough for him to use in his cultivation. This time, it could be considered a great harvest. Everyone is here. Let's go. This time around, we must turn Yuhua town upside down. A sinister sneer appeared on Ling Zhao's lips. The governor of the Eight Immortals County could use despicable methods to deal with the Ling family. Why would he want to face the other party head on? There was no need for that. He could also play dirty. When it came to playing dirty, Ling Xiao did not think that anyone in the Eight Immortals County could outplay him. Before entering the samsara cycle, Ling Xiao had been imprisoned in Seawatch City by the heavenly demon cult with the Five Poisons Ultimate Formation. Although the Five Poisons Ultimate Formation did not pose much of a threat to him, it would cause great harm to other martial artists. Among the large number of demon beast cores that Ling Xiao had obtained this time, there were hundreds that contained deadly poison. Coupled with the Pestilence Demon King's ability, it was not impossible for him to personally set up the Five Poisons Ultimate Formation and trap the entire Chen family. You too should take these antidote pills first. They will ensure that you will not be attacked or poisoned when you enter the Five Poisons Ultimate Formation. Let's set up the formation while it's dark. As long as the Five Poisons Ultimate Formation is complete, the entire Chen family will be our playground. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and casually tossed one antidote pill each to Ling Yan and Ling Jiaojiao. He thought that the county governor of the Eight Immortals County would never have dreamed that the people who would ultimately ruin his overall plan were none other than three brats. The sky was already dark, but the Chen family was still in a state of jubilation. There was no other reason other than the fact that those idiots of the Ling family had been tricked by the county governor and their clan leader, Chen Tsunghai, and had all had their inner strength dissipated. Now, all the adult martial artists of the Ling family had become useless, and were imprisoned in the Qin family's martial arts practice field. The Qin family had originally wanted to get rid of these fellows as soon as possible and then dominate Yuhua town. However, from the county governor's words, it seemed that the Ling family had something that he wanted them to hand over. They could only kill one person every 2 hours. They wanted to force the Ling family's higher-ups to compromise. Yesterday, the Ling family had been defeated. Today was the second day, and several people had already been killed. However, Ling Yuhua still refused to speak. However, it was obvious that this didn't matter to the Chen family. The county governor said that if the Ling family's higher-ups still didn't speak when the Yuhua sacrifice ended tomorrow, they would drag these people to the plaza and kill them all. Not a single one would be left alive. At the thought of this, the Qin family martial artists were especially excited. For many years, the Qin family and the Ling family had been fighting endlessly in Yuhua town. Both sides had victories and losses. The Qin family was ultimately unable to deal with the Ling family. The Ling family was also unable to destroy the Qin family. However, both sides were probably dissatisfied with such a situation. Especially Chen Tsunghai. As the Yuhua king of the Qin nation, he wanted to see the Ling family destroyed no matter what and for his Qin family to dominate Yuhua town. The drinking at night was very enjoyable. No one noticed that a faint fog had seeped in from the outside and permeated the entire Qin family's courtyard. Ling Xiao had used a lighter poison this time and wasn't as ferocious as the poison that the people of Seawatch City had used on him previously. After all, it was better for some people of the Ling family to be alive so that they could serve Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao could also plant a nail in the Black Tortoise continent for himself. In the future, it would be easier for him to attack the empire. As for how to make Ling Yuhua and the other old things submit to Ling Jiaojiao's management, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao at all. As a pharmacist, it wasn't a problem for him to concoct a medicine that would make people beg for death. He remembered that a long time ago, he had obtained many memories from another world in the Yuhua school's secret realm. He was very clear that those memories didn't belong to him, but they gave him a lot of knowledge. Among them, there was a mention of something called the life and death talisman. When this strange technique was activated, it would make people feel unbearably itchy and in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Unless there was an antidote. Therefore, they would definitely be controlled. The elixir that Ling Xiao had concocted was even more terrifying than the life and death talisman. It was used in conjunction with the illusion elixir that the ninjas used to deal with the sacred dynasty. It could make people unable to break free forever, but it didn't do any harm to the body. It was enough to control the martial artists of the Ling family. Ling Xiao wasn't so naive as to use emotions to tie down those people. They were all unkind and heartless people. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao felt that they were still useful, he would have really wanted them to die in the hands of the Chen family. All right, we will take action early tomorrow morning. Rest well tonight. Chapter 2142. On the third day of the Ascension sacrifice, the Qin family warriors woke up as usual, only to find that the sky was a little gray. A portion of the warriors felt a stomachache, or were unusually tired. However, because there was no battle, no one felt that there was anything unusual about this. Even the 8 Immortals county governor who lived in the Qin family did not notice. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the Qin family, the sunlight seemed to be tainted with a strange color. But still, no one felt that there was anything wrong. At most, they thought that the weather today was a little strange. After a day and night of torment, the Ling family warriors were even more exhausted. They were even less likely to notice these abnormalities. Qianlong was the first to appear in front of the Ling family. At this moment, everyone in the Ling family hated and feared this Qin family descendant who was always smiling. Qianlong walked in front of Ling Yuhua and kicked him as though he was kicking a dead dog. Old man, the taste of this cultivation dissipation powder is not bad, right? Back then, your adopted son Ling Tai was used on him and turned into a cripple. Now your Ling family will also be defeated by the cultivation dissipation powder. You are really a family. Ha ha. Qin Songhai, get out here. Kill me if you want. I, Ling Yuhua, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. All these years, although our Qin family and Ling family have been secretly competing, no one has done such a despicable thing. You made an exception today. Even if you win, you will die a horrible death. I, Ling Yuhua, will leave first and wait for you on the road. Ling Yuhua ignored Qianlong and roared at Chen Songhai, who had just appeared. Chen Songhai sneered in disdain. Ling Yuhua, you can be considered an experienced person. What's the use of this poison curse? The fact is that your Ling family will be consigned to eternal damnation. Even if I, Qin Songhai, die a horrible death, you will not be able to see it. I still win. Furthermore, your Ling family secretly hid the seal of eternal life and killed the mysterious snake Anva. Every crime is a death sentence. Not only will I die a horrible death, but I will also be rewarded for my meritorious service. County Governor, don't you think so? As Qin Songhai spoke, he smiled at the prefectural governor. That's right. This official's main purpose in coming to Ascension Town this time is to eradicate the rebellion and uphold justice. The Ling family deserved to die for their treachery. Moreover, he was unwilling to hand over the seal of eternal life, which was a heinous crime. Do you think a small family like yours is worthy of possessing the seal of eternal life? The county governor glanced at Ling Yuhua coldly without any sympathy in his eyes. Of course, what he said was completely just a show of strength and a tiger's skin. Dealing with the Ling family was just a deal between him and the Qin family. He wanted the seal of eternal life, and the Qin family wanted Ascension Town. Both sides had just formed a united front. County Governor! Every month, our Ling family has to give you the required amount of spirit stones. That's not cheap at all. How can you betray us like this? Ling Yuhua roared. Chen Songhai, there's no need to interrogate these people. I don't think they'll reveal the whereabouts of the seal of eternal life. Execute them in front of everyone today. Then, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find the seal of eternal life. Anyway, that thing won't disappear. The county governor had indeed accepted the spirit stones from the Ling family, but how could he admit it? At this moment, he wanted to destroy the Ling family even more. As long as the Ling family was destroyed, no one would know what he had done behind the scenes. Ha ha ha, did you hear that, Ling Yuhua? Today, all of you will die here. No one will be left alive. Chen Songhai laughed even more impudently. Chen Songhai, remember this. Today, even if we die, the descendants of the Ling family will not let your Chen family rest in peace. Ling Yuhua was in despair. He had no chance of surviving. The Qin family and the county governor of the 8 Immortals County had teamed up to deal with him, and he had been poisoned by the cultivation dissipation powder. Today, only death awaited them. The only thing he could hope for was those children. He hoped that they would know what happened in Ascension Town and escape quickly. Ha ha ha, old Ling, are you still dreaming? This time, the one who laughed was Qianlong. He said coldly, I forgot to tell you something interesting just now. Today should be the last day of the Ascension sacrifice. Perhaps you are hoping that the descendants of the Ling family will avenge you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid none of the descendants of the Ling family are still alive. Before the Ascension sacrifice began, we had already issued a kill order to the Qin family disciples to kill all the young people of your Ling family. No! Impossible! It's impossible! Collapse! Complete collapse! Ling Yuhua, this old man, wouldn't care even if he died. As long as the Ling family had hope of revival, he wouldn't collapse like this. But at this moment, he had completely collapsed. It was as if he had gone crazy. You are really ruthless. Do you want the Ling family to die without descendants? Ling Yuhua roared like an enraged lion. However, his hands and feet were bound by iron chains, and his internal energy had been dispersed by the Hua Qi, so he could not do anything at this time. You're right. We're going to eliminate the Ling clan completely from Yuhua town. Qin Songhai sneered. You people are probably hoping that someone from the Ling family will stand up and reverse the situation, right? Don't be delusional. To tell you the truth, Master Lin and his 3 subordinates are all our people. Master Lin is a 10th Grado Heaven Realm martial artist. His 3 subordinates are also 9th Grado Heaven Realm martial artists. Do you think that with just a few good-for-nothings in the Ling family, who can reverse the situation? A bolt from the blue. Absolutely a bolt from the blue. Everyone in the Ling family almost fainted. Even after enduring a day and night of torture, most of them didn't collapse. But when they heard this news, they really couldn't take it anymore. Without descendants, there was no future. More than 70 children, all gone just like that. Ling Yuhua stood up and stared at the county governor and Qin Songhai. He knew that if he fought against these people with his physical body, he would die. But at this moment, there was no hope. Instead of being killed one by one, he might as well fight it out. Ling Tianying stood up. Ling Tianxiong also stood up. Almost everyone in the Ling family, except for those who had fainted from fear, stood up. Although these people might be scheming against each other for the sake of the family's power, but at this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. The children were dead. There was no hope. They only wanted revenge. If they could kill one, it would count. He would just end the rest of his life here. You want to risk your lives? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Chapter 2143. Qin Songhai waved his hand and gestured for the Qin family warriors beside him to kill everyone from the Ling family. Yes! The Qin family warriors stepped forward and circulated their inner strength in an attempt to kill the Ling family warriors. However, they were all stunned at that moment. They did not notice that Ling Yuhua had broken free from the heavy chains and smashed them on their necks. They were all killed in an instant. These people could no longer use their internal energy. Like the Ling family's warriors, they had become cripples. Fear began to spread. The Ling family members were confused. County Governor, what's going on? Qin Songhai circulated his inner strength and was horrified to find that although he could still use some, most of his inner strength had already been corroded. As a result, his current strength was only comparable to a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. One had to know that he was a Yin-Yang Realm warrior previously. He was still fine yesterday. What exactly happened tonight? Qin Songhai was horrified. The rest of the Qin family were also horrified. Even the county governor was horrified. Their internal energy was either completely gone, or it had decreased by a lot. What's going on? The county governor was also covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the air seemed to be filled with an abnormal smell. Also, there was something wrong with today's fog. "Oh no, we've been tricked!" the county governor exclaimed. "It's a bit too late to think of it now. What a pity! You guys aren't stupid, but because you've won a beautiful victory, you've become a little carried away. You probably didn't think that us kids could turn the situation around." Ling Xiao, Ling Jiajiao, and Ling Yan walked out from where the voice came from. Ling Xiao had an indifferent sneer on his face. Ling Jiajiao was obviously nervous. After all, this was the first time something like this had happened to her. Ling Yan was much calmer. He was also a reincarnation realm warrior, but he had experienced much more terrifying dangers. Are you humans or ghosts?" Everyone from the Qin family was horrified when they saw the three of them. Even the county governor and Qin Songhai, who had been sitting calmly on the fishing platform and appeared to be very calm and astute, panicked. The fact that these three people were still alive meant that something big had happened during the emergence sacrifice. Looking at the Ling family side, they were filled with doubts. Only these three people had appeared in the Ling clan. What about the others? Was he really going to die? Ling Xiao didn't care what they were thinking. He walked directly to the high platform of the martial arts practice field, shook his storage ring, and threw out a corpse. The corpse belonged to Chen Pai. Ling Xiao sat down and looked at everyone coldly. This scene caused the eyes of everyone in the Qin clan to tear apart. Although Chen Pai's corpse was incomplete, his face could still be seen clearly. The strongest genius of the Qin clan had actually died, and his corpse was right in front of them. Just how shocking was this? Just how shocking was this? Chen Long was dumbfounded. His son, Chen Pai, whom he was proud of, was a legend among the younger generation of Ascension Town. Now, he was being sat on by Ling Xiao like a dead dog. He felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. The one who died shouldn't be his son, but the trash of the Ling clan. "Ling Xiao! I'm going to kill you!" Chen Long roared furiously, and the aura in his body exploded. It was a pity that he became extremely weak. "Save your energy. You've been poisoned by the 5 poison absolute kill formation. I'm already being merciful by not letting you die immediately. You still want to attack?" Ling Xiao looked at Chen Long with disdain. "Of course, don't think that I'll let you go. You killed my father. I'll take revenge personally. Poisoning you to death is too easy for you." Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao in shock. But he was a little fearful, because he knew that Ling Xiao didn't have any feelings for the Ling clan. Therefore, Ling Xiao wouldn't save the rest of the Ling clan. Now that 3 people had come, what did this mean? It meant that the younger generation of the Ling clan was basically all dead. Only Ling Jiajiao and Ling Yan were left. "Ling Xiao, where are the rest of the Ling clan?" Even though Ling Yuhua wasn't hopeful, he couldn't help but ask. "You shouldn't be asking me this question. You should be asking Qin Songhai," Ling Xiao said coldly. "They're all dead." Ling Jiajiao answered the question for Ling Xiao. "They were killed by those bastards from the Qin clan. However, Ling Xiao has already taken revenge for them. Over 100 of the younger generation of the Qin clan were also killed. Only the 3 of us are left to participate in the ascension ritual." "You're lying! Where are Lord Lin and his 3 subordinates?" the county governor roared. "Lord Lin is sleeping while guarding his beloved hell fruit. As for his 3 subordinates here..." Ling Xiao threw out 3 heads and said, "County governor, this is a greeting gift for you. Not bad, right?" His cold smile made the county governor's face turn extremely ugly. Who exactly was this young man? Not only did he kill everyone from the Qin clan, but he even killed the experts he sent. Was this possible? However, he had no choice but to believe it. The heads were lying on the ground. It was a bloody reality. It was too ridiculous. Everyone had such a feeling. Chen Zhao was a Grotto Heaven Realm 8 warrior. Chen Pai was a Grotto Heaven Realm 1 warrior. Lord Lin's 3 subordinates were all Grotto Heaven Realm 9 warriors. These people were actually killed by Ling Xiao? Also, their poisoning was actually caused by Ling Xiao. Who was this guy in the past? His strength and intelligence were outstanding, making it impossible for them to guard against him. All the plans should have been perfect, but something went wrong with this person. However, at this moment, regardless of whether they believed it or not, this was the truth. Qin Songhai and the county governor tried their best to calm down. They felt that they still had a chance because Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any feelings for the Ling clan. This also meant that they might be able to rope this person in. Thinking of this, the county governor said with a smile, "You're Ling Xiao, right? I can tell that in terms of strength and intelligence, you're extremely outstanding in the entire Ascension town. Our flawless plan has also been foiled by you. But you should know what the consequences are if you kill me. Qin Songhai is also the Ascension King of the Qin country. You're in the Qin country. If you kill him, it will also be very troublesome. Therefore, you really shouldn't make an enemy of us. Since you don't have any feelings for the Ling clan, why don't you join us? I'll definitely give you glory and wealth and let you soar. County Governor, how can you do this? This kid killed all the juniors of our Qin clan. It's equivalent to cutting off our Qin clan's bloodline. How can you make him submit to us?" Chen Long roared furiously. Chapter 2144. Shut up! Chen Songhai glared at Chen Long and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you don't die, you can still live in the future. As for a talent like Ling Xiao, once he joins us, we will be like a tiger with wings. So we must let bygones be bygones." Chen Long was furious, but when he saw the look in Chen Songhai's eyes, he suddenly understood. This was just a temporary measure. As long as Ling Xiao couldn't stand the instigation and join them, then it would be time for them to kill Ling Xiao. Now that they were poisoned, they couldn't use their strength. Once they were cured, it would be Ling Xiao's end. Thinking of this, Chen Long shut his mouth. He had done a good job of being able to adapt to circumstances. "Ling Xiao, you are a member of the Ling family. Don't forget your ancestors. Don't betray your master for glory." A voice came from the Ling family. The one who shouted was Ling Tianxiong. He, now you remember that I am a member of the Ling family? When you tried to dig up my father's grave in the Ling family cemetery and tried to kill me, did you ever think that I was a member of the Ling family? Now you have the face to lecture me? Let me tell you, if it wasn't for Jiao Jiao, I would have killed you first." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Tianxiong coldly and said. However, before he could finish, Ling Jiao Jiao had already made her move. The sharp blade pierced Ling Tianxiong's body. Ling Jiao Jiao's face was extremely cold. "Do you remember, Ling Tianxiong? When you killed my mother, you stabbed her in the same place. Today, I will return it to you. From today onwards I, Ling Jiao Jiao, am the head of the Ling family. What I hate the most is family killing each other. In the future, if something like this happens again, I will personally kill him. Ling Tianxiong, he killed my mother and tried to kill my brother Ling Xiao. Today, I will kill him as a warning to all of you." "Jiao Jiao, what nonsense are you talking about? How did you become the head of the Ling family?" Ling Tianying asked in confusion. "If I say she is, then she is. Ling Yuhua, will you agree?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yuhua with a smile and said, "The Ling family members that you brought out are all trash who only know how to kill each other. When faced with true danger, none of them can be of use. To be honest, if you had treated me just a little bit better back then, even if you had treated me like a servant, I would have done my best to save you today. But now, unless you acknowledge Jiao Jiao as your master, there's no need to talk about anything else. As for the other side trying to bewitch me, let's not waste any more time. Today, even if the prefectural governor were to die here and the Ascension King's entire family was wiped out, it would only be the work of a great bandit. Who saw me do it?" Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ling Yuhua before looking at the prefectural governor and Chen Songhai. The reason why he spoke so much was not just to show off. The longer the poisonous wind was released, the weaker the Chen clan would become. It would be easier to deal with them later. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the Ling and Chen clan members lowered their heads and pondered. The Ling clan members were worried that once Ling Jiaojiao became the head of the Ling clan, she would definitely become Ling Zhao's puppet. Wouldn't the Ling clan then become Ling Zhao's Ling clan? They didn't want that to happen. On the other hand, the Qin clan members were thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao. As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, the situation today would definitely be reversed. To be honest, although they believed that Ling Xiao could defeat a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, in reality, no one believed it. Almost everyone believed that Ling Xiao had similarly used poison to cause the Qin clan's younger generation to lose miserably. Among the Qin clan members, a figure quietly approached Ling Xiao. This person was considered one of the more special ones in the Qin clan. He was Qin Long's younger brother. Qin Mo. Qin Mo's strength was not outstanding in the Qin clan. His elder brothers, Qin Ran and Qin Long, were both 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. And he was only at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. However, when Qin Mo was young, he accidentally swallowed a strange 10,000 poisonous snake. Since then, he was immune to all poisons. This time, Ling Xiao used the 5 poison absolute kill array to seal the Qin clan. Everyone else was affected. Only this Qin Mo was safe and sound. Qin Mo decided to do something for the Qin clan. He believed that Ling Xiao's cultivation was not strong. As long as he chose the right time to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Other than the Qin clan members, no one else noticed Qin Mo's actions. The members of the Qin family were a little nervous, but they were also a little excited. Qin Mo used his 8th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. If he succeeded, then their Qin clan would be the biggest winner today. Moreover, they believed that Qin Mo would succeed. The reason why Ling Xiao could kill a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was definitely because he used a sinister and cunning method like this. Their young master Qin Mo would not be poisoned. These shameless fellows of the Qin clan would definitely not think that their actions were even more shameless. If they did not act so shamelessly, Ling Xiao would not have played such a trick. "Boss, be careful!" Ling Yan was the first to notice the danger. He immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao. This kid was completely subdued by Ling Xiao. Now, he was completely loyal to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not give him any drugs. For this kind of person, as long as you could convince him, he would be willing to follow you. Ling Yan's warning allowed Ling Xiao to see Qin Mo. However, Qin Mo had already launched his attack. He used the Qin clan's strongest technique, the suicide saber technique. Although this saber technique's name was not outstanding, it could be heard from its name. Once it was used, someone would die. This was a saber technique that could kill 1,000 enemies but damage 800 oneself. Therefore, the Qin clan members usually did not use it. Once it was used, it would definitely be to kill. The terrifying saber energy rushed towards him. Ling Yan felt as if his body was about to be split open. "Ling Yan, get out of the way!" At this moment, he heard Ling Zhao's voice. "Yes." Ling Yan did not hesitate. Because he remembered the scene of Ling Xiao killing Lord Lin's second subordinate in the Feather Mountain range. He should believe in Ling Zhao's ability. At the critical moment he dodged. "Die, kid!" Qin Mo roared. The saber energy was filled with a deadly aura. His eyes were actually bleeding. "I haven't lived long enough. Why should I die?" Ling Xiao sneered contemptuously. Shadow shift. He had already used this kind of trick when he was still in the martial vein realm. However, he had not used it in a long time because it was too boring. He wanted to use it today because he thought it would be more fun. Crack! The saber energy split open a person's body. Qin Mo's face was filled with ecstasy. However, in the blink of an eye, this ecstasy turned into anger and fear. The person who was split open was not someone else, but a martial artist from the Qin clan. Ling Xiao had swapped places with that person at the critical moment. Chapter 2145. Qin Mo, quickly retreat! Although he was extremely shocked that Ling Xiao could dodge Qin Mo's attack, at this very moment, Qin Sunghai was very clear that they had underestimated Ling Xiao. absolutely could not let Chen Mo stay there. Retreat? Since you're here, don't retreat anymore. Ling Zhao's icy voice sounded out. A streak of resplendent starlight streaked across the pervading smoke. Chen Mo was still stunned there, not doing anything. But after a moment, his upper body started to move. Turns out that Ling Zhao's sword was too fast and already cut open his body. It was just that the wound only appeared now. Chen Mo was killed by Ling Xiao with just one sword. Falling Star Sword Art? Gold-grade low-tier sword technique? Practically everyone was stunned. Even though there were similar rumors before, saying that Ling Xiao defeated a jade-grade middle-tier martial technique with a gold-grade low-tier sword technique. But rumors were rumors after all. Those who had not seen it with their own eyes refused to believe that it was the truth, even if beaten to death. But today they saw it. Falling Star Sword Art, this kind of martial technique that could be bought at any random martial arts stall, was actually utilized by Ling Xiao to such a transcendent extent. How terrifying did this boy's talent have to be? How powerful was his control over his martial skills? A martial artist using a powerful martial technique to kill the enemy was not worthy of shock. Using the worst martial technique to defeat a martial artist stronger than oneself, this was a miracle. But such a miracle, Ling Xiao achieved it. Towards this scene, the most shocked was probably none other than Ling Yuhua. The reason why Ling Yuhua allied with Ling Xiao was purely because Ling Xiao knew alchemy. He was completely indifferent towards Ling Xiao's martial arts talent and whatnot, and did not have any expectations either. But he did not think that this little fellow's attainments in martial arts were actually so terrifying too. Regretful beyond measure. If he had cared a little more for Ling Xiao in the past, today's matter would not have ended up like this. Perhaps those young juniors of the Ling family would not have to die either. The Ling family's martial artists were still just shocked. As for the Qin family's martial artists, besides being shocked, they were also extremely frightened and furious. Chen Mo, who was at the 8th Grotto Heaven Realm, had been killed by Ling Xiao with a single sword strike. What's more, his opponent was using such a trashy sword skill. "Brat, you're dead!" Chen Tsunghai roared. He had already forgotten what it meant to look at the bigger picture. He had just told his son, Chen Long, to endure it. However, when Chen Mo was killed, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He had 3 sons. Although his eldest and second sons were both very talented, the one he doted on the most was his 3rd son, Chen Mo. Now that Chen Mo had been killed by Ling Xiao, he felt a heart-wrenching pain and fury. "I don't know if I'll die or not, but your Chen clan is dead for sure," Ling Zhao's cold voice rang out. "Originally, I had no intention of getting involved in the dispute between the two of you. Once I kill Chen Long and avenge my father, this matter will be over. But you actually dared to sneak attack me. Do you really think I'm a pushover who doesn't dare to kill? Ling Yan, kill Chen Ran." "Yes, boss." Ling Yan was also almost cut in half by Chen Mo's saber just now. Previously, he was also almost killed at Yuhua Mountain Range. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, he immediately attacked. With just one slash, Chen Ran, who was already lying on the ground, was killed. There was no room for resistance at all. "Ranner!" Chen Tsunghai howled hysterically. "I see that you people don't seem to understand your current situation. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Today, in Yuhua Town, I, Ling Xiao, have the final say. Whatever I say is what it is. Whoever dares to oppose will have to die." Ling Xiao stood on the training field and swept his cold gaze across everyone. Domineering, arrogant, and cold. Ever since he had entered the samsara, he hadn't felt so carefree for a long time. During those days when he was aggrieved, he clearly saw the fickleness of human nature. Today, he was no longer aggrieved, nor would he be soft-hearted. "I am willing to serve Ling Jiaojiao as my master." Suddenly, in the Ling family, the eldest son, Ling Tianying, knelt on the ground and said loudly. Looking at Ling Tianying, Ling Zhao's gaze was still cold. How could he not know what these people were thinking? They just wanted to feign civility and wait for the antidote to recover their strength before dealing with him, Ling Xiao. However, these idiots didn't know that he, Ling Xiao, already had a backup plan. He wasn't an idiot who only cared about his head. Ling Yuhua is willing to hand over the position of clan leader and pass it to Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Yuhua finally spoke. This old man, who had always valued benefits, understood that this was the only way for the Ling family to rise again. Otherwise, with Ling Zhao's personality, he would never save the Ling family. Since Ling Yuhua knelt, how could the others not kneel? At this moment, the Ling family knelt in front of Ling Jiaojiao and announced that Ling Jiaojiao was their master. Distribute the antidote. Ling Xiao nodded at Ling Jiaojiao. The so-called antidote was made by him last night. He really couldn't do anything about the cultivation dissipation powder if it took too long. However, a day or two was nothing to him. Of course, this antidote wasn't just a simple antidote. Although it could help the Ling family get rid of the cultivation dissipation powder, it would also cause the Ling family to be poisoned by another type of poison. It was the life and death illusion powder that Ling Xiao made. After being poisoned, as long as a special incantation was used, the victim would suffer a fate worse than death. This was also the key to Ling Jiaojiao's future control of the Ling family. If Ling Jiaojiao was killed, then the poisoned people would all die. This poison was closely linked to Ling Jiaojiao's soul energy. However, the Ling family didn't know this. Although some people hesitated for a moment, they still took the antidote in the end. My strength is recovering. This really is the antidote. As the antidote entered his body, Ling Yuhua felt that the internal energy that was dissipated by the cultivation dissipation powder was quickly recovering. He couldn't help but get excited. As long as they recovered, the Qin family would be finished today. Chen Sunhai, why aren't you pledging loyalty to Ling Jiaojiao? Do you want us all to die? The prefectural governor suddenly lowered his voice and said to Chen Sunhai, How can you be so stupid? If you die now, you'll have nothing. But as long as you don't die, we can mobilize the mysterious snake demon sex branch in the 8 Immortals County and the 24 bandits to deal with the Ling family and Ling Xiao. That kid is dead for sure. After speaking, the prefectural governor actually knelt down and said to Ling Xiao, Young hero Ling, this official admits defeat today. This official is willing to recognize you as my master. From now on, I will loyally assist you and help you achieve great things. You really know how to steer with the wind. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't have any intention of killing this prefectural governor. Keeping this guy alive was more useful than killing him. As long as he used the life and death illusion powder to control him, he would definitely be useful in the future. Keeping such a person alive was much more useful than keeping him alive. Give him the antidote, Ling Yan. Chapter 2146. Give the county governor the antidote, Ling Xiao said with a smile. But boss, if this guy recovers his strength, we won't be able to stop him, Ling Yan said with a frown. I believe that the county governor won't do anything rash, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. All right. Although Ling Yan did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking, he understood that Ling Xiao was not a child. He was a warrior who had reincarnated and must have thought of a way to control the county governor. That was why he took the antidote and gave it to the county governor. Of course, the elixir also contained the life and death illusion powder. If he could not completely control these guys, Ling Xiao did not dare to give them any antidote. Qin Sunhai is willing to lead the Qin family to submit to young hero Ling. All the previous grudges will be written off. Seeing that the county governor had taken the antidote, Qin Sunhai panicked and said loudly, Hee, didn't you just say that I'm dead meat? Ling Xiao looked at Qin Sunhai mockingly. That was my ignorance. I hope that young hero Ling will forgive me. Qin Sunhai smiled flatteringly, but his smile was clearly a little forced. Yes, Ling Xiao had killed so many members of the Qin family. How could he be loyal to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao also knew about this. However, to be honest, Ling Xiao really could not bring himself to destroy the Qin family. After all, there were still many elderly, women, and children in the Qin family. Therefore, he had to control these people so that they would never have the chance to take revenge. Perhaps it was a good idea. Of course, if these people really wanted to rebel in the future, it would give him a chance to make up his mind. Ling Yan, give them the antidote, Ling Xiao said with a smile. This was a test, and it was also an excuse for Ling Xiao to be ruthless. If the Qin family wanted to harm him after taking the antidote, he would be sorry. When that happened, he would no longer have the slightest bit of sympathy. He would not show mercy to those who deserved to be killed. Ling Yan had no choice but to distribute the antidote to everyone in the Ling family. About 15 minutes later, everyone from the Chen clan and Ling clan had returned to their original state of cultivation. However, for the time being, no one had harmed Ling Xiao. Because no one was a fool, they knew the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. Qianlong, today, the Chen and Ling families are all here. The county governor is also here. Kill yourself in front of everyone. You killed my father. I will not let you off. This is considered a more dignified death for you. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Qianlong. He might be able to forgive others, but he definitely could not forgive Qianlong. This person had to die. That's right, I did kill your father, but he deserved it. I asked him to hand over the seal of eternal life, and he actually dared to refuse. If I don't kill him, who should I kill? Today, Qianlong finally spoke the truth. It wasn't that Ling Tai was drunk and wanted to kill him, so he was killed instead. All of this was for the sake of the seal of immortality. You like the seal of immortality that much? Ling Xiao looked at Qianlong coldly. The seal of immortality is the treasure of the palace of immortality. I'm not the only one who likes it. I believe that no one in the Black Tortoise continent doesn't like it, Qianlong said. All right, I'll let you see what the real seal of immortality is like. Ling Xiao originally wanted Qianlong to kill himself, but he suddenly changed his mind. Qianlong killed his father because of the seal of immortality. He would use the seal of immortality to end Qianlong's life. He slowly walked towards Qianlong, his cold eyes revealing a strong killing intent. Qin clan, listen up. Today, I'll only kill Qianlong. However, if anyone wants to attack me, I don't mind destroying the entire Qin clan. Ling Xiao did not want to slaughter. However, if someone insisted on forcing him, then he would definitely not show any mercy. Kid, if my strength hadn't recovered, it might be easy for you to kill me. However, now that my cultivation has recovered, you still want to kill me? That's wishful thinking. Don't forget, I'm a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Qianlong looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, You can go to hell with your useless father. After saying that, Qianlong fully released his 10th Grotto Heaven Realm aura. A long saber appeared in his hand. The terrifying saber aura seemed to be able to split the space directly. Behind him, the saber soul appeared. The long saber in his hand was even more powerful. The wind raged, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Ling Yan and Ling Jiajiao stood there, looking at Ling Xiao nervously. They did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking, but the situation was too dangerous. Father, take this opportunity to tie Jiajiao up. That Ling Xiao will definitely hold back. At this moment, Ling Tianying secretly said to Ling Yuhua. Just now, Ling Yuhua agreed to be loyal to Ling Jiajiao for the antidote. However, now that his cultivation had recovered, how could he easily give up his position as the clan leader? However, this old fox did not dare to act rashly because he was worried that there would be other unforeseen circumstances. Let's wait first. I'm afraid that there might be a problem with the antidote. Ling Yuhua looked at Qianlong. He believed that if there was a problem with the antidote, it would show on Qianlong. On the other side, the Qin clan was also eager to try. Big brother. You only have this one son, Qianlong. If he dies, you'll really have no more descendants. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking action? Our cultivation bases have all been restored. The one who spoke was Qin Tsunghai's younger brother. Qin Tsunghai was also worried that there was a problem with the antidote like Ling Yuhua. Acting rashly might lead to trouble. However, he could not watch his only remaining son, Qianlong, be killed without doing anything. However, it seemed that Qianlong had the upper hand. The aura that Ling Xiao released was at most 6th Grotto Heaven realm. It was impossible for him to defeat Qianlong, who was 10th Grotto Heaven realm. At this moment, Qin Tsunghai was actually hoping that Qianlong could kill Ling Xiao. It was this moment of hesitation that caused him to lose the best chance to save his son's life. Ling Xiao took a step forward. Instantly, black flames rolled. His body turned into the primordial hell demon dragon. Although he did not completely turn into a dragon, he still looked ferocious and terrifying. At that moment, his aura became extremely powerful. Farewell, Qianlong, my enemy! Dharma characteristic seal universe strike! Ling Xiao flipped his hands and formed a seal. Then, he blasted it out. At this moment, Qianlong's saber aura had already pierced through the air. However, it was useless. The saber aura was shattered by the universe strike like a piece of paper. Then, Qianlong's body was sent flying. It was as if he was hit by something. When he fell to the ground, he was already on the verge of death. Immortality Seal! Although the immortality seal that Ling Xiao used was slightly different from the one that the county chief had seen, he was sure that it was the immortality seal. His voice rang in the Qin clan's courtyard. Everyone present was shocked. Ling Xiao had learned the immortality seal. The immortality seal was indeed in the Ling clan. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Qianlong. He said mockingly, "Are you surprised, Qianlong? Your guess is right. The immortality seal is in the Ling clan's martial arts hall." Chapter 2147. Ling Yuhua, that old fool, was heartless. If he had treated my father Ling Tai better, the seal of eternal life would have belonged to him already. Unfortunately, he didn't. That's why my father had always wanted to take the secret of this item to his grave. Do you still remember when I used a carriage to drag my father's corpse to the Ling family cemetery to be buried? At that time, he wasn't actually dead. He left his last breath just to tell me the secret of the seal of eternal life. Ling Xiao didn't hide the fact that he had obtained the seal of eternal life, because none of the people present today could bring this secret out. He had set up a very interesting effect on the illusion of life and death powder. Whoever dared to tell this secret to outsiders would bleed to death on the spot. For an ordinary pharmacist, this might not be possible. But for Ling Xiao, this wasn't a big deal. As long as he was willing, he could easily do it. If he did this, those people who died couldn't blame him for being ruthless. "You killed my only remaining son. I'll fight you to the death." Qin Tsunghai finally went crazy. He couldn't care less anymore. His cultivation had recovered to 1/10 of the half-step yin-yang realm, and his body produced a small amount of yin-yang energy. This strength was several times stronger than the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. He felt that he could avenge his son. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Qin Tsunghai and said, "Qianlong's death was his own fault. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Tsunghai looked at Ling Xiao with disheveled hair and laughed crazily. "You only know that your father Ling Tai was killed by my son, but you don't know who ordered him to do it. You also don't know that your mother didn't die from dystocia at all. I only bribed the midwife and tampered with the delivery of your mother. I originally planned to kill you and your mother together, but I didn't expect you to survive. This is really heaven's will." "What?" It was impossible for Ling Xiao to know about this. Even Ling Yuhua was shocked when he heard about it. "Is what you said true?" Ling Zhao's face turned icy cold. The killing intent in his eyes made him look like a demon. Although he had already retracted the Hell's Dragon seal and returned to his original form, the terrifying black flames burned even more fiercely. He had never seen his mother since he was born. She thought it was a difficult labor, but she didn't expect that she was killed by someone. That person even wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he had entered the cycle of reincarnation and relied on his profound world physique to avoid this calamity. Otherwise, he would be a dead nascent soul now. "Is it very painful? Do you really want to kill me? Don't worry, I will soon let you go down to accompany your father and mother." Qin Tsunghai laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with himself. Boom! The black flames grew to a height of more than 10 meters, and took the form of a terrifying ancient hell dragon. It roared in the void. Ling Xiao had originally planned to let the life and death illusion powder take effect before killing Chen Tsunghai. But now, he didn't want to do that. Chen Tsunghai had to be killed by him personally. Fortunately, Chen Tsunghai's cultivation had just broken through to the half-step yin-yang realm, so he could still kill him. Father, Mother, although you are only my parents who entered the cycle of reincarnation, you still gave me life. Watch quietly from the heavens and see how I will avenge you. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky, his voice echoing in the Chen family's courtyard. His body began to change gradually. Avenge? You think you can? Do you really think you are a match for me with your current strength? I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve to control me, but it seems like you don't have any. You idiot, you are really as stupid as your parents. Your father was ostracized by the Ling family, but after receiving a little help from me, he treated me as his benefactor and didn't guard against me at all. You are really as stupid as him. Chen Tsunghai looked at Ling Xiao. The angrier Ling Xiao was, the happier he was. He wanted Ling Xiao to die. He wanted Ling Xiao to die in agony. He wanted Ling Xiao to accompany his children and grandchildren in hell. Chen Tsunghai, I really didn't want to do anything to your Chen family. I was satisfied with killing Chen Long. But you have successfully aroused my demonic nature. Everything that happened next was caused by you. I won't let you die so quickly. I want you to witness the destruction of your family with your own eyes. Ling Xiao's eyes turned blood red. This would only happen when one's killing intent reached its peak. In order to kill you, I will show you the true seal of eternal life. Activate Hell Dragon Seal, Dragon Transformation. As Ling Xiao's black flames enveloped him, his body began to change rapidly. Unlike before, Ling Xiao did not transform into a diabolical dragonman this time, but a true ancient diabolical dragon. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded in the Chen family's courtyard. A huge hell demon dragon that was dozens of meters long hovered in the air. This huge hell demon dragon was burning with black and purple flames, as though it had flown out from hell. Ling Xiao could feel that after transforming into a dragon, his strength had increased by at least 10 times. Right now, he would even dare to fight a yin-yang realm martial artist, let alone Chen Tsunghai. Of course, winning or losing was another matter altogether. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, and for a moment, they were all stunned. They were stunned, but Ling Xiao was not. The mystical dragon's eyes were completely locked on Chen Tsunghai, and a thunderous roar came from its huge mouth. Chen Tsunghai, you can't blame me for the destruction of your Chen family. Die! Following this terrifying roar, the mystical dragon opened its bloody mouth, and black flames brewed in its huge mouth. At that moment, the temperature between heaven and earth seemed to increase by several times. Even standing on the ground felt scalding hot. If not for the fact that everyone present was a martial artist, they would have been scalded to death. Kill! A huge black fireball was spat out from the mystical dragon's mouth, burning an obvious black mark in the air. Even the elements were charred black. It's over! The county governor closed his eyes helplessly. He knew that his efforts had been in vain. This time, the Qin clan had truly lost completely. Even a yin-yang realm martial artist in the first level of hell would not dare to take Ling Xiao's attack, let alone Chen Tsunghai. Its power was too terrifying. Moreover, it released ancient hell dragon fire that was even hotter than divine fire. Chen Tsunghai did not seem to have given up. I don't care if you're a human or a dragon. If you're a human, I'll kill you. If you're a dragon, I'll slay you. You killed my descendants, so I'll use your dragon blood as a sacrifice to them. Chen family saber technique's strongest profundity, Ghost Saber. Chapter 2148. As his inner energy was sucked dry by the long blade in his hand. In Chen Tsunghai's hand, the long blade became huge and emitted wisps of black gas. It even emitted a ghostly wail. It's a pity that you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao's voice came from the mouth of the mystical dragon. The huge hell dragon fireball easily swallowed the so-called ghostly blade. Then, it swallowed Qin Songhai as well. The fireball didn't stop because of this. It continued to roll. After killing dozens of people from the Qin family, it gradually extinguished. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Ling Yuhua was so regretful that his heart was bleeding. If only I had given him even a little bit of affection back then, our Ling family would have become the overlord of Yuhua town. Father, don't think so much. No matter how strong he is, he's still a child. Now that your cultivation has fully recovered, hurry up and kidnap Jiao Jiao and force Ling Xiao to work for our Ling family. Ling Tianning continued to instigate. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Ling Yuhua had already made a mistake once. He didn't want to make the same mistake a second time. As a smart person, he had already seen that Yuhua town couldn't stop Ling Xiao's future. As long as a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation realm didn't die, he would definitely break through to the rebirth realm. If he listened to him now, Ling Xiao would definitely help the Ling family in the future if they were in trouble. That was the best way to go about it. Roar! The moment he killed Qin Songhai, Ling Xiao felt that the energy in his body had reached its limit. The door to cultivation had been destroyed. The large amount of energy that had been accumulated in his body flowed into his meridians and filled his body once again. Breakthrough. Advanced Rank 1 Grotto Heaven Realm Cultivation. It was equivalent to an ordinary martial artist's 9th Grotto Heaven Realm Cultivation. Ling Xiao removed the Hell Dragon seal and returned to his original form. He looked at everyone coldly. With his current cultivation, even if he didn't activate the Hell Dragon seal, most of the people present wouldn't be his match. The county governor, who had wanted to fight to the death, had completely admitted his defeat. Today was simply a nightmare for him. It was a nightmare from heaven to hell. His original plan was to destroy the Ling family and find the seal of eternal life. Then, he could go to the Eternal Life Palace and ask for a reward. Joining the Eternal Palace was the ultimate dream of countless warriors in the Black Tortoise continent. Everyone, don't be afraid. He won't let our Qin clan off anyway. Let's attack together and kill that brat. When Qin Songhai's younger brother saw that Qin Songhai had been killed, the Qin family really had nothing to lose. He roared madly and waved the saber in his hand. The Qin family's martial artists were also filled with righteous indignation as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Yuhua, take your men and annihilate the Qin family. Leave no one alive! Ling Xiao felt that he was a little too merciful. He wanted to let these people go time and time again, but they didn't take his kindness seriously at all. Instead, they thought that he was weak and easy to bully. Yes. Although he was not used to this role, Ling Yuhua still obeyed. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his choice. Therefore, when Ling Yuhua led the Ling family to attack, he activated the life and death fantasy powder in the Qin family's bodies. The Qin family members who were originally clamoring were all lying on the ground and howling in pain. This scene was even more shocking. You're right. The antidote I just gave you contains a kind of poison. This kind of poison won't affect your life and cultivation, but if anyone betrays Ling Jiaojiao, betrays me, then he'll beg for death, just like them. Ling Zhao's words made Ling Yuhua shudder in his heart. If he had listened to Ling Tianning and kidnapped Ling Jiaojiao, then the consequences would have been terrifying. Today was definitely the end of the world for the Qin family. To the Ling family, although they had also gone through a painful experience, compared to the Qin family, it was really much better. The Qin family's people were all killed. The Qin family's courtyard was also burned down. Of course, before that, everything that the Qin family could use was swept clean by the Ling family. Ling Xiao kept most of it in his mountain river world. In the future, if there were any Qin family members who wanted revenge, they would definitely come for him. Therefore, it was only right that he got most of the Qin family's things. Only when the fire started burning did the entire Yuhua town know what had happened. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. However, the stories that were spread were all modified. Of course, it was basically true. The Qin family used a sinister and cunning plan to frame the Ling family, but they were killed by the Ling family instead. Although Yuhua Town was just a town, it had a population of more than 200,000. There were more than 10 families that were presentable. However, the news spread very quickly. In just one day, the streets were basically talking about this matter. Of course, this story was missing a key character, and that was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao purposely erased his existence. He did not want to be in the limelight. The Sky Emperor who ruled the Sky Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents disdained such limelight. Furthermore, this would save him a lot of trouble. Why wouldn't he do it? A town with more than 200,000 people should not be underestimated. In reality, it encompassed a very large territory. This was also the real reason why the Qin family and the Ling family were fighting for the position of Yuhua Town's overlord. With resources, the families would be able to become stronger. The next day was also the day that the Yuhua sacrifice ended. The 8 Immortals County's governor was going to announce the future governor of Yuhua Town, which was also the family that had the right to manage Yuhua Town. On this day, dozens of families and many martial artists from Yuhua Town came to the city to watch the show. The spacious square of Yuhua Town was packed with people. Roughly speaking, there were at least 40 to 50,000 people. Apart from the representatives of Yuhua Town's families, there were also martial artists from other towns and cities in the 8 Immortals County. After all, the future of Yuhua Town was also related to their plans. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the 3 major families of the county. The 3 major families of the county were the Lin family, which had the governor's residence as its core. The 8 Immortals County's governor, Lin Yuan, was one of the core figures of the Lin family. The Shen family, which focused on business, and the Zhou family, which focused on farming and animal husbandry. Although the focus of the 3 major families was different, they all had one thing in common. That was to wholeheartedly nurture martial artists and develop their own families like sections. They were divided into 2 systems: direct disciples and external disciples. Direct disciples were their own family's disciples, while external disciples were recruited from outside. There was no distinction between high and low, only the strong and the weak. If they were strong enough and had good talent, external disciples could still flaunt their prowess in front of direct disciples. In the entire 8 Immortals County, there were close to 100 towns and cities that were ruled by these 3 major families. For them to send a representative to Yuhua Town today, it meant that they were very concerned about what happened in Yuhua Town this time. Chapter 2149. A few people with cold expressions stood in the crowd. They were holding martial artist weapons and exuded dense killing intent. If someone recognized the middle-aged man, they would recognize him as Chen Meng, who had been adopted by the Qin clan to the 8 Immortals County's Qin clan. Chen Meng was Chen Tsunghai's true eldest son. Of course, he had changed his surname to Shen Meng. Shen Meng was now in his 30s. His cultivation seemed to be even more terrifying than Chen Tsunghai's. His gaze was fixed on the high platform in the plaza. Today, the Qin clan's enemies, the Ling clan, were going to take over Yuhua Town. How could he let these people get what they wanted? The person behind Shen Meng was his junior brother in the Shen clan. After Shen Meng was adopted by the Shen clan, he had a high status in the Shen clan because of his outstanding talent. Breaking through to the yin-yang realm at the age of 30 might not be worth mentioning compared to those peerless geniuses, but in the 8 Immortals County, it was very impressive. He did not believe the rumors at all. He always believed that the Ling clan had used despicable means to plot against the Qin clan, causing the Qin clan to be wiped out. Actually, the truth was not important to him. He only wanted the Ling clan to pay the price. After all, although he was adopted by the Qin clan, he was still a member of the Qin clan. "Young master, shouldn't we get the infernal fruit first before considering revenge?" A person behind Shen Meng whispered. He spoke very carefully as if he was afraid of offending Shen Meng. Shen Meng said in a deep voice, "That Lord Lin is guarding the hell fruit. Ling Xiao saw it long ago. Even if we want to get the hell fruit, we have to kill that Ling Xiao first. That brat is not strong. Kill him first and stop the news of the hell fruit from leaking. Then we can deal with the Ling clan slowly. Because the story did not mention Ling Xiao's great achievements, Shen Ming did not know how strong Ling Xiao was. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was just a bug that he could crush at any time. But young master, the 3 major clans of the 8 Immortals County are here today. I'm afraid it's not a good time to make a move. Another person said. You are right. Then, let's wait for them to go back and find a chance. Shen Ming took a deep breath and said, in any case, that Ling Xiao is not valued by the Ling family. It will be very easy to kill him. As he spoke, his cold gaze suddenly turned towards Ling Xiao, who was in the crowd. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Shen Ming. He saw Chen Sunghai's shadow on Shen Ming's face, and could not help furrowing his brows. Ling Yuhua, does Chen Sunghai have an illegitimate child outside? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ling Yuhua did not know why he asked such a question, but he still shook his head and said, I am not sure about the illegitimate child, but Chen Sunghai had long ago given one of his sons to the Shen family of the 8 Immortals County for adoption. Do you see that figure? Ling Xiao pointed in Shen Ming's direction and asked. Ling Yuhua looked up and was instantly alarmed. Not good. This Shen Ming probably knew what happened to the Qin clan and came back to take revenge. It is said that this guy has outstanding talent and has been treated as one of the successors by the Shen clan. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid you're not any weaker than me. What are you afraid of? A mere Shen Ming can scare you to this extent? Ling Xiao glared at Ling Yuhua and said, could it be that what happened last night scared you so much that you peed your pants? The Ling Yuhua that I know is a person who does not even recognize his own family. Ling Yuhua smiled bitterly and was speechless. He did not know how to reply. After what happened last night, he really felt that he had become timid all of a sudden. Just a little bit more and his Ling clan would have been completely wiped out in Yuhua town. Luckily, Ling Xiao helped them. Although Ling Xiao helped them at a price, this was still a very good outcome. He really could not endure such an exciting matter. No wonder that guy has such a strong killing intent towards me. It seems like he is really planning to take revenge. However, the matter of me killing so many people in his clan did not seem to be spread out. Why is he only so hostile towards me? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Hell's fruit. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of the hell's fruit that he had seen in Yuhua mountain range. He instantly understood the reason. Shen Ming wanted to kill him not because of hatred, but because he did not want him to leak the news of the hell's fruit. It was said that Lord Lin was killed last night in Yuhua mountain range. If he guessed correctly, it was definitely done by this group of people. It was obvious that the hell's fruit was very attractive. However, that thing belongs to me, Ling Xiao. No one can take it away from me. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt that he had to work harder in his cultivation. Only by constantly becoming stronger could he prevent the thing that he wanted from being taken away by others. Shen Ming, as well as the Shen family behind Shen Ming, was a giant to Yuhua town. Once the Shen clan joined the fight, the situation would become very bad. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about these problems, the county governor of 8 Immortals County, Lin Yuan, had already announced the final results of this year's Yuhua festival. As all the disciples of the Qin clan were killed, the winner of this year's Yuhua festival is the Ling clan. The head of the Ling clan, Ling Jiaojiao, will be the Yuhua town's guardian for the next 10 years. As Lin Yuan's voice fell, the scene was dead silent. After a while, it became chaotic again. Many people began to shout with righteous indignation. Isn't the head of the Ling clan Ling Yuhua? Why did it change to a young lady? That's right. How dare Ling Jiaojiao be our Yuhua town's guardian? All of you, shut up! Lin Yuan glanced at Ling Xiao. His heart was still trembling. He was really afraid that this lunatic would turn the entire Yuhua town into a purgatory in a moment of anger. Therefore, he hurriedly asked everyone to stop talking. His words might not have any effect on Ling Xiao, but to the others in Yuhua town, they were still very powerful. No one dared to disobey his orders. The scene instantly became quiet. Ling Jiujiao was appointed as the guardian by the 8 Immortals County, and also by me. Moreover, she has the official seal of the Imperial Court. Whoever dares to look down on the guardian is looking down on me, the 8 Immortals County, and the Imperial Court. Lin Yuan's words were not only for the rowdy people, but also for Shen Meng, who intended to take revenge. Of course, he knew that Chen Tsunghai had such a son. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, many people fell silent. Although they were not convinced by Ling Jiaojiao, they did not dare to disobey the county guardian's words, much less the imperial court's orders. They could only accept it obediently. However, Shen Meng coldly glanced at county guardian Lin Yuan. He thought to himself, "You can scare others, but to scare me, Shen Meng? Dream on." At the end of the day, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. As long as I kill Ling Jiaojiao and destroy the Ling clan, even the imperial court will not say anything. Don't forget that my biological father is the Chen Kingdom's Yuhua king. However, didn't no one investigate his death? Chapter 2150. Fine, I'll let these Ling family bastards live for a few more days. Unless you don't want the hell fruit, Ascension Mountain Range will be your burial ground. Shen Meng revealed a ferocious expression. It was impossible for the Ling family to call for reinforcements from the county governor's mansion, but he could borrow the power of the Shen family and the 24 bandits. Even without the Chen family, he could still take revenge. All right, the Ascension sacrifice will end here. Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yan, you three stay. The rest can leave. Lin Yuan announced the last order. How could the crowd be willing to leave? They still wanted to watch the show. Unfortunately, after the three of them stayed behind, the representatives of the three clans called the three of them to a room in Yuhua Pavilion for a discussion. Even if they stayed behind, it would be of no use to them. Do you think the three of them will be chosen by the three major families? If that's the case, the Ling family will be powerful. Even though Ling Jian and Ling Maoyu were killed and their connection with the Seven-Star Sword Palace and Ling Long Palace was severed. However, the two of them were nothing more than servants in the Seven-Star Sword Palace and Ling Long Palace. It's a lie to say that they're outer sect disciples. Who doesn't know that the outer sect disciples of the 5 major powers are all at the Yin-Yang realm? For them, it was more likely that they would become odd jobs disciples. But if they join the 3 major families, it'll be different. Even though the 3 major families can't compare to the 5 major powers of the Western region, they'll still treat them as treasures. That's right. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. But will the 3 major families take them seriously? I heard that among the disciples of the 3 major families, the lowest cultivation must be at the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. None of the 3 of them have reached that level. I don't know about that. Everyone was discussing. Even though they couldn't see the scene inside, they were still very interested in what was happening inside. Ling Yuhua was also a little excited. If Ling Xiao, Ling Yan, and Ling Jiaojiao were chosen to join the 3 major families, then he would definitely be in charge of the Ling family. Even though it couldn't be compared to the past, it was still better than being ordered around by Ling Jiaojiao. Moreover, if the 3 of them joined the 3 major families, it would be greatly beneficial to the Ling family's power. How could he not be happy? However, in comparison, Shen Meng's mood was not very good. Once those 3 fellows joined the 3 great clans, it would really be difficult for him to make a move. Otherwise, he would be inciting a war between the 3 great clans. That kind of responsibility was not something he could bear. Inside the Yuhua building, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Although Ling Jiaojiao had experienced so many things and had matured a little, she still felt nervous. After all, there were 3 yin-yang realm martial artists in front of her, which made her feel pressured. Ling Yan's situation was better. After all, he was a warrior who had entered samsara, so his psychological quality was stronger. Ling Xiao felt no pressure at all. This fellow had been like this in the past. Now that he had reincarnated, it was even less likely that he would be frightened by 3 yin-yang realm martial artists. I called the 3 of you here because I want to ask you something. The representative of the Shin family spoke. Aren't we supposed to join the three great clans? Ling Yan was stunned for a moment. Do you think the three of you are worthy? Without reaching the 8th Grotto Heaven realm, it is impossible to enter the three great clans. The representative of the Shin family snorted coldly. What's there to be proud of? I was stronger than you in the past. What an idiot. Don't you know that samsara martial artists can break through to the rebirth realm? Ling Yan felt that the representative of the Shin family was really an idiot. Those great factions crazily recruited samsara martial artists because as long as these martial artists did not die, they could cultivate to the first reincarnation realm at the very least. On the other hand, the three great clans that were not famous were actually so stupid? Of course, he did not say this out loud. After all, his cultivation was inferior to others. If he said this, he would be at a disadvantage if they really fought. May I know what the three representatives want to ask? Ling Xiao looked at County Governor Lin Yuan and asked with a smile. It's not me who wants to ask. It's the two of them who insist on asking. Lin Yuan really did not dare to offend Ling Xiao. Although his cultivation had recovered and was much stronger than Ling Xiao, he could not remove the poison in his body. In front of Ling Xiao, he could only hold back. He was even a little afraid. Who killed Chen Pai? The representative of the Shin family asked. Ling Xiao frowned. These people did not ask about Chen Sanghai or Chen Long, but asked about Chen Pai. Could it be that Chen Pai had some special identity? Ling Xiao shook his head calmly and said, Senior must be joking. Chen Pai is an expert at the 9th level of Grotto Heaven realm. The three of us have not even reached the 8th level of Grotto Heaven realm. How could we be his match? Of course, he would not admit it. If he could not avoid trouble, he would not be afraid. But if he could avoid trouble, it was better not to touch it. Because it was meaningless and might even bring trouble to himself. Of course I know you did not kill him. I asked who killed him. Was it Ling Yuhua? The representative of the Shin family slammed the table and roared. Senior must be joking again. The Ling family was framed by the Chen family and had their internal energy dissipated. How could they kill Chen Pai? If you say that Chen Sanghai was killed by them, it is possible. Ling Xiao said again. Impudent! Don't smile when you speak. Children nowadays are becoming more and more unruly. It seems like they need to be taught a lesson. The representative of the Shin family suddenly stood up and released the terrifying pressure of a yin-yang realm cultivation. He wanted to intimidate Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yan. Shin Luochen, you are going overboard. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke and released a powerful aura to stop the representative of the Shin family. The Ling family is the manager of Yuhua town. What are you trying to do? He had to speak. If Ling Xiao was threatened, he would definitely vent his anger on him. The three of you better remember. If I find out that you are lying, I will make you beg for death. Scram! Shen Luochen glanced at Lin Yuan and suddenly snorted. He did not dare to fight with Lin Yuan here. A cold glint flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. People these days really didn't know their limits. Shen Luochen looked like he was only at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. Although he was very strong. But to the current Ling Xiao, this level of cultivation was something he would catch up to very quickly. He hoped that this guy's actions were not as despicable as his mouth. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have another life on his hands. When Ling Xiao and the other two walked out of Yuhua building, the 3 representatives of the 8 Immortals County had already left. Her carefree appearance made many warriors in Yuhua town exclaim in admiration. Congratulations to the Ling family's patriarch, Jiaojiao, for becoming the Yuhua town's guardian. When Ling Jiaojiao walked out of Yuhua building, she was quickly surrounded by the representatives of the various families in Yuhua town. Chapter 2151. Grandpa, please help me settle this. Ling Jiaojiao handed this troublesome matter over to Ling Yuhua. She only wanted to cultivate now. Because after experiencing this incident, he was very clearly aware that strength was everything, and everything else was illusory. Without strength, you are nothing. Ha ha ha, leave it to Grandpa. Ling Yuhua was happy that Ling Jiaojiao was still willing to call him Grandpa. This was probably blood being thicker than water. At least his future days wouldn't be too difficult. After the crowd congratulated the Ling family, they turned around and were about to leave. However, at this moment, a ferocious killing intent was closing in on Ling Yuhua. This caused everyone to be shocked, and they all turned their heads to look. They saw 3 middle-aged men walking over coldly. The one in the lead had cold killing intent and intense anger in his eyes. "Who is that?" someone in the crowd asked. "I heard that the Chen family once adopted a son to the Shen family. Could it be him?" Another person said. "It can't be wrong. It's him. I think he's called Shen Meng. Now he's called Shen Meng. What a powerful aura! This feeling is even more terrifying than Ling Yuhua." Everyone felt the killing intent of these 3 people, especially the powerful aura released by Shen Meng. How could the Ling family not feel it? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at this middle-aged man in his 30s. He didn't know what the other party wanted to do. If they were to fight here, he was sure that this person wouldn't be at an advantage. Ling Yuhua might not be as strong as Shen Meng, but the difference wasn't much. With his help, these 3 Shen family disciples would all die. He didn't think that the other party would be so stupid to start a fight, right? Ling Yuhua also looked at Shen Meng coldly. The Ling family finally had a chance to rise. He definitely wouldn't allow Shen Meng to ruin it. Shen Meng walked closer. Suddenly, an aura rushed towards Ling Jiaojiao. With his cultivation, he could indeed make Ling Jiaojiao look bad. However, Ling Xiao stood behind Ling Jiaojiao at the right time. He gently grabbed Ling Jiaojiao's hand, and a powerful aura penetrated into Ling Jiaojiao's body. Shen Meng's aura was actually rebounded, and he trembled. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he sneered and said, "What a heroine! The young disciples of my Qin clan were all killed by you, right? However, if your Ling family wants to sit firmly on the throne of the Guardian, then you must be dreaming. I will bring the vengeful ghosts of the Qin family to settle the score with you." "Settle accounts? Just based on a bastard like you who was thrown out by the Qin family?" Ling Xiao took a step forward and looked at Shen Meng coldly. "If you are not from the Shen family, you can forget about leaving Yuhua town after saying such words." He was not boasting. If not for the fact that the Shen family was too powerful and that killing these 3 people so openly would bring disaster to him and the Ling family, he could really join forces with Ling Yuhua to cripple these 3 people. "What an audacious little bastard! Although I don't know who you are, as long as you are from the Ling family, you can forget about stepping out of Yuhua town alive." Shen Meng stared coldly at Ling Xiao, gritted his teeth, and said, "Just you wait. In a few days you and your Ling family will all be buried with our Qin clan's martial artists. Is that so? Don't let the 3 of you be the only ones on the road to the underworld. I believe that your dead father, Qin Tsanghai, will be very happy to see you." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I am very benevolent and can't bear to see my flesh and blood separated. Since Qin Tsanghai can't be revived, I will send you to reunite with him. All right, then just wait. When the time comes, I will definitely treat you, little bastard, especially well. I will definitely let you die in the most painful way possible." Shen Meng's face was extremely gloomy. If not for Ling Yuhua's existence, he would have wanted to crush this arrogant little bastard in front of him. However, he held it in. He had a perfect plan in his heart, and he didn't believe that the Chen clan wouldn't jump into it. The infernal fruits were the crux of this plan. He believed that the Ling family was anxious to become stronger, and wouldn't miss out on those 4 infernal fruits. When the time came, he could capture all these people in one fell swoop. "Let's go." Shen Meng decided to gather more people. It wasn't good to move the Shen clan anymore. After all, a slight move would affect the whole situation. The Shen clan wouldn't come to such a remote place to cause trouble for a mere 4 infernal fruits. However, he could gather the 24 bandits. The 24 bandits were the martial brothers of his nephew, Chen Pai, before he reincarnated. Although these people were extremely vicious and might not plan to take revenge for Chen Pai, They had reached the 9th level of their 9th stage. However, these people's cultivation bases were around the 9th or 10th grotto heaven realm. They urgently needed the infernal fruit to increase their strength. Shinmeng didn't care about the infernal fruits, so he could promise them all. When the time came, he would use the 24 bandits to exterminate the Ling family. Seeing Shinmeng leave, Ling Xiao felt that he had to do something before he left. Although he didn't have any feelings for the Ling family had already become a force under his command. In the future, they could provide him with an endless supply of Yuhua Town's resources. Even if they were his own servants, he still had to protect them. If Shinmeng wanted to destroy the Ling family, then he would destroy Shinmeng first. After returning to the Ling family, Ling Xiao went into seclusion to cultivate. Because of the battle at the Qin family, his cultivation had broken through to the high stages of the Grotto Heaven realm. It was comparable to an ordinary 9th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. However, it hadn't been long since he broke through, so he still needed to consolidate it. Because he was worried about being ambushed by Shinmeng, Ling Xiao ordered the Ling family members to not act alone unless it was necessary. Since he was determined to nurture the Ling family into a force of his, he wouldn't treat them badly. The large amount of demonic beast cores that he obtained previously could be used to refine pills. Ling Xiao asked Ling Yuhua to take out all the herbs in the Qin family's storehouse. After spending a day and a night, he refined over 10,000 pills. Although many of the pills were different, the effects were mostly the same. That was to increase one's cultivation. However, some pills could increase one's physical strength while increasing one's cultivation. Some would increase one's soul power. In short, they were all different, but the common point was to increase one's cultivation. It was only 4 to 5 days before the hell fruit ripened. He wanted to use these few days to increase the strength of the Ling family's martial artists by a large margin. Especially Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yan. They were the two people that Ling Xiao trusted the most. He also hoped that these two people could truly shoulder the burden for him. Just like his senior brother Wu Xiang and those friends of his. While refining pills, Ling Zhao's cultivation was also in the process of consolidating. To him, refining pills was also a kind of cultivation. Only when one's control of internal energy and flames reached the pinnacle could he refine pills with ease. After distributing the pills, Ling Xiao also started his own cultivation. Chapter 2152. Ling Xiao was still not satisfied with his cultivation at the advanced stage of Grotto Heaven realm. He hoped that he could make use of this period of cultivation to break through again. 4 days later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. Although his cultivation did not break through, what was worth rejoicing over was that his falling star sword art had been completely cultivated to the point of perfection. This was the so-called transformative realm. It was a pity that a low-tier gold-grade martial art could only be transformed into a low-tier jade-grade martial art. Next, other than the immortal seal, Ling Xiao had to think of a way to get a new set of sword skills. Before reincarnating, he liked to use swords. It was no exception now. In addition, the Transcendence Seal had advanced from expert to greater mastery. The power of the moves released by the Transcendence Seal had naturally become more terrifying. When he came out of seclusion, he found Little Fifth standing guard outside. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Seeing him, Little Fifth hurriedly stood up and said, "Young master, something bad has happened." "What happened?" Ling Xiao felt that things were not going well, but he still forced himself to remain calm. "Old clan leader has been captured," Little Fifth said. The old clan leader he was referring to was obviously Ling Yuhua. Ling Yuhua's cultivation had reached the first level of Hell of Yin Yang realm. In the entire Yuhua town, there was no one who could defeat him. Unless it was an outsider. "Did Shinmeng do it?" Ling Xiao frowned and said. Although Ling Xiao had no feelings for Ling Yuhua was now one of his people. Even when beating a dog, one had to look at the owner. Shinmeng dared to kidnap Ling Yuhua. It seemed that he was tired of living. "That's right. It was Shinmeng who did it." At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yan walked in from the outside. Both of their cultivations had clearly increased significantly. Ling Jiaojiao had already reached the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Yan had also reached the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. Their aptitudes were not bad, but they did not have enough resources. The medicinal pills that Ling Xiao helped to refine were enough to allow them to grow in a short period of time. Ling Xiao, who had experienced reincarnation, understood a principle. It was not that there were no geniuses in remote places, but there were too few resources. Coupled with the lack of good teachers and helpful friends, the average strength of the warriors was relatively low. As long as these people received enough resources and guidance, their speed of improvement would not be any slower than the geniuses in the big cities. Didn't I tell you not to leave the Ling family during this period of time? Ling Yuhua is no longer a child. What's wrong with him? Ling Xiao asked somewhat angrily. You can't blame Grandpa for this. The Ling clan is such a big family, and they need to eat and drink. Others have weak cultivations and are worried that something will happen. Therefore, he volunteered to go out and get some food and drinks. He didn't expect to be caught. It seems that Shen Meng must have asked for help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch Grandpa so easily by himself. Ling Jiajia sighed. So that's how it is. This old fellow has finally changed a little. Ling Xiao was a little happy in his heart. After all, the life and death illusion powder was only a temporary measure. Ling Xiao really didn't like to use drugs to control others. If Ling Yuhua was willing to be loyal to him, he didn't mind giving the antidote to the old man. Of course, it had to be after his cultivation was stronger than the old man. Otherwise, if there were any unforeseen circumstances, he would be in trouble. Do you know where Shen Meng brought the old man? Ling Xiao asked. Shen Meng sent a letter saying that he had brought Ling Yuhua to Feather Mountain Range. That's where the hell fruit was born. Ling Jiaojiao answered. In the letter, he said that he wants everyone in the Ling clan to head there. He's afraid that we won't fall for the trap, so he wants to use the old man as bait. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The current situation was really terrible for him. With his current cultivation, if he fully activated the Hell Dragon seal in dragon form, he could stand against Shen Meng. However, if Shen Meng had other helpers, it would be troublesome. However, Shen Meng, no matter how scheming you are, you don't know what I, Ling Xiao, did before I reincarnated. This time, I'll make sure that you and your helpers all die in Feather Mountain Range. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. If he couldn't win with brute force, then he would win with his wits. He had plenty of ways to defeat Shen Meng. Jiaojiao, you stay at home and continue to supervise the martial artists in the clan. Your strength is still too weak. Any Yin-Yang realm martial artist outside can destroy the Ling clan. Therefore, I alone will be enough to go to Feather Mountain Range. Your mission is to cultivate. Ling Xiao suddenly said. That won't do. I, Ling Yan, Old Black, and the elder on duty can all help you. Ling Jiaojiao did not intend to let everyone in the Ling clan enter the mountain, but she could not let Ling Xiao take the risk alone. Alright, I don't have time to argue with you. The four of you will follow me. However, I have to make things clear. You have to listen to my orders. Otherwise, don't go. Ling Xiao thought about it. He might really need a few helpers. The elder on duty was a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although he was not as strong as Ling Yuhua, he could still be of great help. Old Black was a 9th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He could also be of help. Ling Jiaojiao was talented. Her 8th Grotto Heaven realm cultivation could be used as a 9th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Ling Yan was a reincarnation martial artist. He was in the middle of the first transformation of the Grotto Heaven realm. His combat strength was comparable to an 8th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He was also very experienced, and would definitely be useful. Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yan, Old Black, and the elder on duty left the Ling clan and headed to Feather Mountain Range to rescue Ling Yuhua. At the same time, it was for the Hell Fruit. As for the Ling clan's courtyard, they did not need to worry. Ling Xiao had long considered the possibility that someone might harm the Ling clan. Therefore, after eliminating the Qin clan, he set up a large array around the Ling clan's courtyard. This was also why he dared to enter seclusion without worry and only told the Ling clan members not to go out easily. If one wanted to break the array he set up, there would have to be an array master more powerful than him. Otherwise, only a rebirth realm martial artist could break the array with brute force. Even then, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. In such a remote place, a yin-yang realm martial artist at the first level of hell was already big news. It was impossible for a rebirth realm martial artist to appear here. Therefore, the Ling clan was absolutely safe now. Of course, outsiders did not know this. In Feather Town, there were some clans that were on good terms with the Chen clan. After that, Shen Meng visited them one by one and threatened them in the name of the Shen clan. He also offered a lot of benefits, and made a total of 12 clans stand on Shen Meng's side. When Ling Xiao and the others left the Ling clan, there were already people in the vicinity monitoring them. They also passed the news to the clan heads of the 12 clans. Young hero Shen is right. Now that Ling Yuhuo has been captured, the true experts of the Ling clan have all left. They are just a weak clan that can be bullied. If our 12 clans work together, we can eliminate them. Then, we can go to young hero Shen to receive our rewards. Chapter 2153. That's right. Once we destroy the Ling family, this Yuhua town will belong to the 12 of us. Then, the 90% of the resources that the Ling family occupies will belong to us. Another clan leader said excitedly. But if we fail, we will be doomed eternally. Have you forgotten how the Chen family was destroyed? While some were excited, some were worried. After all, the destruction of the Chen family was still fresh in their minds. That was no joke. What are you afraid of? Do you think that other than Ling Yuhua, there is anyone else in the Ling family who can overturn the situation? That's right. Without Ling Yuhua, the Ling family is just a useless clan that is strong in appearance. Destroy it! Destroy it! Finally, the 12 clan leaders came to an agreement. They led tens of thousands of people and headed towards the Ling family. They were prepared to wipe this clan that had just obtained the management rights of Yuhua town from the map. On the other side, Ling Xiao and the rest were running towards the Hell Fruit. With Ling Xiao leading the way, they naturally wouldn't get lost. When they were about to reach the Hell Fruit, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He took out 4 ceramic bottles from his storage ring and gave them to Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Yan, Old He, and the elder on duty. Take this and spread the medicinal powder on the ground in the 4 directions. Remember to spread it evenly. Also, don't be too far away. Limit it to 1 mile. What is this? Ling Jiaojiao asked curiously. This is the key to our victory. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I originally planned to do this myself. But since the 4 of you are here, I will leave this mission to you. I will observe the enemy's movements first. Don't worry, we promise to complete the mission. The 4 of them nodded and left with the bottles. After they left, Ling Xiao approached the location of the Hell Fruit. At this moment, the Hell Fruit looked like a flower that had already bloomed. It was estimated that it would take less than an hour for it to ripen. Ling Xiao planned to snatch all the Hell Fruit the moment it ripened. Otherwise, once such a treasure matured, it would definitely release a strange light or fragrance that would attract many people. The golden-eyed black lion that had been guarding the infernal fruit had already been killed. Although only Shen Meng and his 2 subordinates were standing near the fruit, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an ambush in the dark. He activated his Tai Chi eye and observed carefully. He could not help but curse inwardly. 24 10th and 9th Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Where did Shen Meng find these people? Moreover, these people were clearly filled with killing intent. They were all madmen who licked blood from their blades. I heard from Jiaojiao that Chen Pai was the leader of the bandits before he reincarnated. These people were probably Chen Pai's subordinates before he reincarnated. I'm guessing they're also here for the infernal fruit. However, with me, Ling Xiao, here today, none of you will be able to compete with me for this treasure. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao continued to approach. Only then did he see Ling Yuhua imprisoned on a nearby tree. Looking at the situation, Ling Yuhua seemed to have suffered quite a bit, and was covered in injuries. However, there was one thing that could be considered fortunate, and that was that his cultivation was still present. Ling Xiao guessed that the other party was afraid that he would not take the bait, so they did not dare to cripple Ling Yuhua. After all, a cripple's value would be reduced by a lot. If the Ling family was not willing to fall into the trap because of a cripple, then their plan today would be ruined. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and disappeared into the darkness. Facing more than 20 experts alone, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to do so at the moment. Therefore, he could only choose to ambush them. In the dark forest, the 24 bandits anxiously waited for the infernal fruit to ripen. They were hiding in the darkness under Shen Meng's orders and were preparing to ambush the Ling family. Actually, in the eyes of the 24 bandits, this was completely unnecessary. With their strength, they could just barge into the Ling family and kill them. There was no need for them to hide here and suffer. Great Thief Number 1, his name was not in any particular order, it was just a nickname, stared at the two ants fighting on the ground and laughed. It was really too boring. Even such a scene could arouse his interest. Suddenly he felt something approaching. He turned his head to look, but he saw nothing. Only the cold piercing pain on his neck made his eyes turn gray, and finally, they lost all color. One down. Ling Xiao's plan was simple. He would ambush them first and kill as many as he could. If he was discovered, he had a backup plan. Therefore, after killing bandit number 1, Ling Xiao sped up and rushed towards bandit number 2, who was closest to him. Bandit number 2 listened to the roars of the wild beast in the forest and felt the gentle breeze. He actually started to doze off. He might have died the most peacefully. In his hazy dream, he was stabbed in the throat by a knife and then fell to the ground. Who is it? Bandit number 3 and number 4 noticed a strange movement nearby at the same time. They stood up and moved over. It's me. A figure waved in their direction. It was bandit number 2. Bandit number 2 walked over with a smile. As he walked, he scolded. Damn it, Shen Meng. What bullsh** Ling family. I've been waiting for so long, and no one has come. Seeing that it was bandit number 2, number 3 and number 4 let down their guard. Number 4 even complained. That's right. I heard that Ling Yuhua is the only strong member of the Ling family. We've already helped Shen Meng kidnap Ling Yuhua. Would they still dare to come? They must have run away. The 3 squatted on the ground and chatted. However, at this moment, number 3 and number 4's eyes suddenly popped out. They wanted to speak, but they didn't have the chance. A cold, knife-like hand pierced their throats at the same time. Bandit number 2 also turned into Ling Xiao's appearance. The Yin-Yang Demon King's ability to change his appearance and figure was unparalleled in the world. As long as the enemy didn't have enough time to identify him, they wouldn't be able to discover him in such a short time. 4 of them. But these guys reacted fast enough. I was almost exposed. After killing the 4 bandits, Ling Xiao was already near the tree where Ling Yuhua was tied up. As long as Ling Yuhua was released, his chances of winning today's battle would greatly increase. Ling Yuhua, don't turn around when you hear my voice. Just spit on the ground. Ling Xiao's voice rang in Ling Yuhua's mind. Ling Yuhua was just about to turn around when he heard Ling Xiao's warning. He hurriedly spat on the ground. Listen, I'll release you from their restraints. But you have to continue pretending to be tied up. This will give us an advantage. When I tell you to attack, attack. Ling Yuhua spat on the ground again, indicating that he understood. Then, Ling Xiao used shadow steps to appear behind the tree Ling Yuhua was tied up in. That tree was very tall. It probably couldn't be hugged by 4 or 5 people. Chapter 2154. In the following period of time, Ling Xiao began to break the shackles on Ling Yuhua. This was no ordinary rope, but a special treasure with binding inscriptions on it. If one were to mess around without any knowledge of formations, it would only cause the rope to bind even tighter. After spending a total of 10 minutes, it was finally done. During this period of time, Ling Xiao was extremely nervous. As long as someone discovered the corpses of the 4 bandits, there was a high possibility that they would come over to check on Ling Yuhua. By then, things would be bad. Follow the plan. After instructing Ling Yuhua, Ling Xiao quietly returned to the place where he started the killing. Dense demonic qi was injected into the bodies of the 4 bandits. The 4 bandits who were initially killed crawled up slowly. It was just that their eyes were lifeless, and their movements were stiff. If one were to look closely, they would know that these weren't living people. They were corpses controlled by demonic consciousness. Back when Ling Xiao was fighting in the stormy ocean, he had led an army of over 1 million demonic corpses. Today, it was only 4 corpses. He could still control them steadily. Initially, he wasn't willing to use such a method. If he wasn't careful, his tracks would be exposed and the original enemies would come knocking on his door. But today, he had no other choice. There were too many enemies, and they were extremely strong. If he didn't do this, it would be hard for him to have a chance to turn the tables. After that, it was impossible for him to assassinate them, because the remaining 20 bandits were closer to each other. As long as he killed one of them, the others would immediately come over. I might as well play with these guys before those people come back. After all, he had to face them head on. Ling Xiao couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Therefore, he might as well show himself. The moment Shenmeng saw Ling Xiao appear, his eyes were filled with killing intent and excitement. But at the next moment, he was annoyed. Why are you the only one here? Shenmeng was pissed. This trap was set up for everyone in the Ling family. The purpose was to destroy the Ling family. Now that there was only an insignificant Ling Xiao, what was the point? I have no choice. Who asked me to have no status in the Ling family? They asked me to check out the situation. Ling Xiao said helplessly. What a pitiful worm. You're not even treated as a human in the Ling clan. You're even worse than a slave. Shenmeng still didn't know what had happened that night in the Qin family's courtyard. Therefore, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was now the head of the Ling family. As for Ling Xiao, he still looked down on him and disdained him. Even though you're a pitiful worm, I won't pity you. Since you've come, then die here. Shenmeng's face darkened as he said to a junior brother behind him. Shinsan, go and kill him. Shinsan's cultivation was already at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. In Shenmeng's opinion, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. He didn't even need Ling Yuhua as a hostage. The only reason he kept Ling Yuhua alive was to threaten the elder on duty and Old Black. In their opinion, those 2 people were the key. Don't worry, young master. Leave this brat to me. Shinsan revealed a viper-like killing intent as he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He chuckled and said, Brat, don't blame me. Even though I don't know you, you're from the Ling family. Since you're from the Ling family, you have to die here today. You have no choice. He didn't even consider the possibility of failure, because Ling Xiao was too insignificant. If it wasn't for the emergence ritual and the Qin family's destruction that night, even the Ling family would think that Ling Xiao was insignificant. Ling Xiao didn't say a word as he looked coldly at Shinsan. A 10th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. As a Transformation 1 Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, even if he didn't activate the Infernal Dragon seal, killing Shinsan would be a piece of cake. His inner strength belonged to the esoteric inner strength and was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Not to mention that he was a reincarnation realm martial artist. Every time he advanced, he would be strengthened even more. Father, my brothers and all the dead souls of the Qin family. This is the only person from the Ling family that came. Even though I know that his death won't be able to comfort your souls in heaven. But just treat it as an appetizer before the meal. Shenmeng looked up at the sky and said sorrowfully. He wondered if his father in the underworld would scold him for underestimating the enemy. After all, Ling Xiao was the main culprit that caused the Qin family's destruction. Looking down on Ling Xiao was simply taking another step forward on the path of courting death. On the other hand, the remaining members of the 24 bandits didn't have any intention of making a move. Shenmeng didn't let them make a move, so they were happy to hide in the shadows and watch the show. Die, kid. Feel sad for your birth. Shinsan approached Ling Xiao step by step as a powerful aura was brewing on his body. Ling Xiao also drew out his metal sword. The metal sword was already mottled with many cracks, but Ling Xiao still couldn't bear to throw it away. After all, he had been using this thing ever since he entered the reincarnation realm. It would be a pity to throw it away. I hope you can play with me for a while. Otherwise, it will be too boring. Shinsan's expression was like a cat playing with a mouse. It was too boring to wait here for the hell fruit to ripen. Finally, there was a clown coming to die. Naturally, he wanted to play with him. After saying that, Shinsan suddenly stepped forward with his right foot and his body flew out like a cannonball. Boom! His ferocious fist smashed onto Ling Gao's metal sword. Ling Xiao was sent flying like a ball that had been kicked out. No one noticed the disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. In fact, Shinsan's fist didn't pose any threat to him. It was impossible for it to send him flying. However, he couldn't appear too strong. Otherwise, Shinsan wouldn't be the only one to deal with him. Shinmeng might even take action himself. Then he would really be powerless to reverse the situation. Get up, little trash! Shinsan didn't pursue. Instead, he hooked his finger at Ling Xiao from afar and said, If you perform a little better, I can consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, you can wait to be tortured to death. Very clearly, Shinsan felt that Ling Xiao was too useless. It was as useless as he imagined. Shinmeng only glanced over once before losing interest. He looked at Ling Yuhua and said, To be honest, I'm really surprised. How did such a useless brat survive the Ascension sacrifice? You still dare to say that you didn't interfere in the battle of the Ascension sacrifice? Ling Yuhua lowered his head and didn't speak. But in his heart, he was cursing Shinmeng, this idiot. If you dare to look down on Ling Xiao, you will have to suffer in the future. To be honest, if not for Ling Xiao's order, he would have beaten Shinmeng up right now. He actually made him, the great Ling Yuhua, suffer such a huge loss. It was embarrassing to say it out loud. Chapter 2155. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In order to put on an act, he had to give it his all. The blood came out from biting his lips. He looked coldly at Shinsan and said, The Shin family is a big family. I don't think your disciple is that strong. He couldn't even kill me with one punch. Come at me again if you can. I'll admit defeat if you beat me to death. Shinsan laughed instead of being angry. Ha ha ha, you have a sharp tongue indeed. But no matter how sharp your tongue is, it's useless. You want to die a quick death, right? I won't let you do so. I'll tear your mouth apart first. Boom! Ling Xiao's sixth grotto heaven realm aura burst out from his body. This stunned Shinsan. Then, he laughed and said, Not bad, kid. Sixth grotto heaven realm. At your age, you can be considered a little genius. But it's a pity that your path as a genius will end here. I'm at the 10th grotto heaven realm. There's a difference of 4 realms. Do you think you can turn the tables? Shinsan, don't talk nonsense. Get rid of that kid quickly. The hell fruit is about to ripen. I think the Ling family will be here soon. Shinmeng shouted impatiently. Shinsan nodded and said, Young master, don't worry. This kid is only at the 6th grotto heaven realm. Killing him will be easy. I only used 30% of my strength in that punch, and he was already in such a sorry state. Don't you believe in my strength? Of course I believe in you. But this kid's words really pissed me off. Get rid of him quickly. We have important matters to attend to. Don't waste too much time because of trash. Shinmeng said coldly. Understood, young master. Shinsan then looked at Ling Xiao and said, I originally planned to continue playing with you, but my young master has given the order. Then I'm sorry. With this move, you can go and die. Ling Xiao heard this and turned to run. Shinsan was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after him. Kid, don't run! Ling Xiao turned around to look at Shen San, the corners of his mouth curling up in a cold smile. The dazzling starlight on the metal sword in his hand was condensed to the limit. Although the power of the falling star sword art would increase as the number of moves increased, the falling star sword art would also increase. However, that didn't mean that the previous moves were useless. For example, the first sword, Star Flash, was the fastest of the 9 sword moves. What Ling Xiao was using now was this move. Seeing that Shen Meng and the others were already out of sight, they could not see the situation here. He suddenly reduced his speed. Because Shen San had rushed over too quickly, it was too late for him to suddenly stop. His body's inertia made him unable to control himself and continued to move forward. In that instant, he saw a flash of starlight. A starlight that made him frightened and fearful. Poochie! The starlight disappeared, and a sword pierced his throat. Ling Xiao liked to stab the throat because his opponent would not be able to make a sound after being stabbed. Now, who do you think is the trash? Ling Xiao kicked the already dying Shen San and said with a disdainful smile. Just now, I was just cooperating with you to put on a show. Do you really think that you are very strong? You. I understand now. Shen San did not finish his words and breathed his last. He understood who caused the Chen family's destruction. It was a pity that this answer could only be brought to the underworld. Next, you will also become my demonic corpse. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Horrifying demonic intent poured into the corpse that still maintained its body temperature. Shen San stood up shakily. Wait here. He let Shen San hide beside a tree, then returned to the vicinity of the hell fruit. Seeing Ling Xiao return, Shen Meng revealed a surprised look. Ling Yuhua was secretly surprised. Looking at the situation, Shen San should have been killed. Not only was this brat powerful, but he was also extremely cunning. Looks like the Ling family would definitely have a day of success if they followed him. Where's Shen San? Shen Meng asked coldly. I don't know either. I casually circled around a few times and that idiot lost me. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Although my combat strength isn't much, I'm very confident in my movement technique. Young lord, let me kill him. Shen Si, who was standing behind Shen Meng, stood out and said coldly. Within the family, I'm also known for my movement technique. Shen San can't catch him, but I can. All right then. Be careful. Although Shen Meng felt that something was not right, he really could not imagine that Shen San would be killed by Ling Xiao. In the end, he still underestimated Ling Xiao too much. And Ling Xiao also grasped this point. That was why after killing Shen San, he could still lure Shen Si out. He still went to a place where others couldn't see. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. However, this Shen Si was indeed much more vigilant. His movement technique was also much better. Although he also rushed very quickly, he stopped very gracefully. However, all these could not save his life. A sharp sword directly pierced his heart from behind. Shen Si was shocked by this piercing pain and broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he wanted to shout to remind Shen Meng, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao had already grabbed his neck. Pitiful! You could have not died, but following Shen Meng, only death is left. Crack! Shen Si's neck was twisted and broken. Ling Xiao repeated the same trick and also used demonic intent to control Shen Si. Up until now, among the enemies, there were already 6 of his demonic corpses. Although this situation could not be said to be a complete advantage, it was definitely much better than the previous situation. However, things could happen once and twice, but it probably wouldn't happen a third time. No matter how stupid Shen Meng was, he could also sense that the situation was not right. Shen San and Shen Si were both killed after chasing Ling Xiao out. This was too strange. Ling Xiao did not expect Shen Meng to fall for it again. He returned with a smile and looked at the dumbfounded Shen Meng. You probably already guessed it. Your 2 idiotic subordinates have already been killed by me. You. It's actually you. In that instant, Shen Meng thought of many things. He found it strange that Ling Xiao dared to come alone to save Ling Yuhua. Now it seemed like this guy was the main culprit behind the destruction of his Chen family. Don't you think it's too late to realize it now? Ling Xiao looked at Shen Meng disdainfully. You're right. Those young disciples of your Chen family, your father, your brothers, and most of your Chen family were killed by me. It's really you. It's really you. Although I don't understand how a guy like you can be so strong, you're definitely going to die today. Shen Meng roared. I think Shen San said the same thing just now. However, he's the one who's going to die, not me. Ling Zhao's aura suddenly became stronger. In an instant, the diabolical dragon seal activated, and he quickly entered his diabolical dragonman form. Evil, terrifying, and scorching aura spread through the dense forest. Shen Meng roared. So that's how it is. So you can achieve martial soul transformation. Your martial soul should be a beast martial soul. No wonder you can pretend to be weak. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.